That would be helpful. Let's start again. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to N1 in the Faculty of Humanities and Education on the University of the West Indies campus in Kingston, Jamaica. It's hot outside, and we've just had a wonderful opening session of this first Louise Bennett-Coverley Symposium held here at UWI. This morning, we had a wonderful set of young people, high school students and primary school students who filled the lecture theater. I don't know if there were people who were following it on PBC, which is carrying us live. A bright set of youngsters who full of ideas, who quick on their feet, and you know, as Professor Opal Palmer Adisa indicated, we are in good hands. We don't have much to worry about. There's still some things to worry about, and there's still others that we need to bring into the catchment. But essentially, we do have a set of student leaders who demonstrated today that, you know, we have a really positive set of Jamaicans coming behind us. So today we're here for the Louise Bennett-Coverley Symposium 2024. It's the first time it's being held. And essentially, what we wanted to do is we wanted to look at Miss Lou beyond the performative. So there are many people who see Miss Lou as a great laugh, you know, where there's you have a lot of fun. She, you know, as a comedian, and she brings lots of levity into the space. But there's so much more to the work of Miss Lou, and there are people like Professor Mervyn Morris and Professor Opal Adisa Palmer and many others who have been able to get to the core of Miss Lou and has been able to share that with us. Oh, this is wonderful. And essentially what we wanted to do is to share that knowledge with a new generation. We pause to welcome Mother Marjorie. Pause to welcome Mother Marjorie Wiley, who, of course, hers is a name of her own expertise as a musician and music educator, but also is synonymous with the work of Miss Lou over many years. So today it falls to me really to just welcome you and thank you for coming. We're small in number. We're hoping that we will have a few more people as we go through the afternoon. And we have a full program. We're running a little late. I really have to apologize, but the turnover after, you know, the youngsters, getting them fed and so on, took us a little longer than we anticipated. So we're going to get straight into it today. Just to say that today, the Louise Bennett-Coverley Symposium is put on by the Louise Bennett-Coverley Festival, which is chaired by Professor Opal Adisa Palmer. And we have partnered, we in the Institute of Caribbean Studies here in the Faculty of Humanities and Education have partnered with Opal Adisa Palmer, Professor Palmer, as well as the Department in Literatures in English. We've all come together and decided that this was a really worthy cause and we should start the process. And if Dr. Goss says so, we'll do it again next year. But it was wonderful to get the students in. So really just some very quick words from some of the people who have helped us to make it happen. And I'm going to start with Professor Palmer, just to give a couple of words on behalf of the festival.
Here I go again. Good afternoon and welcome. different aspects of Jamaican culture. To so many different aspects of Jamaican culture. And I think it's important that we give honor to people who has helped to shape our culture and who has helped to give us a sense of who we are. And one of the things we can all say unequivocally is that Louise Bennett was a proud and staunch Jamaican, and one of her objectives in life was certainly to make us feel proud about us, feel proud about our language, and in her studying and sharing of the culture, she also was instilling that value within us. And our students this morning certainly saw her relevance and understand that her work continues to live through them and can be taken to greater magnitude. So I want to thank Dr. Deborah Hicklin-Gordon, who spearheaded all of the various aspects of this conference, and Dr. Lisa Tomlinson, who also supported us and made this happen. And I want to thank you. And I will say more later. I just want to say, though, although I will say a little bit later, I am so grateful for two persons who are here because they have had a profound impact on my development. I don't ever think they know where in all they've had an impact of my development, but certainly Professor Mervyn Morris, I salute you, sir, and Miss Marjorie Wiley, I salute you, ma'am.
Almost immediately, I'm going to call on the two heads of department of the Institute of Caribbean Studies and Departments of Literatures in English, both of my departments. I did my undergrad in literature, and now for my sins, I'm here in ICS. You can use this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a privilege to be sharing in this very significant event. I first of all want to congratulate the immediate organizers, that is Dr. Deborah Hicklin-Gordon and Professor Palmer Adisa, for the fine job. This morning I was listening actually on PCJ this morning. I'm not so well, by the way, so I was listening, and I was just thrilled to hear the young people really discussing and analyzing Louise Bennett in context and link it back with dancehall. That was a very interesting, and they picked it up, by the way. They got it. They got the memo. So it's a proud moment for us in the ICS to experience that. So I want to, at this time, on behalf of the Institute of Caribbean Studies and Reggae Studies Unit, really bring greetings, and we are pleased to be a part of this. If you go to our office right now, there's a big picture of Miss Lou as you enter. Right. Bob Marley is on the outside, Miss Lou is on the inside. So we're sending a message. Right. I'm also proud. Last year I went doing research in London. I think at the New Elizabeth line, there is an inscription to Miss Lou in each coach, along with the poem Colonization in Reverse. And I was so glad I took a picture, snapped it right away. So Miss Lou, as we all know, is big, and she gone abroad and has inspired many of us. And so we are proud this afternoon to be a part of this and to encourage other persons to take Miss Lou seriously. And as Deborah pointed out clearly, that it's not about comedy. We love comedy, but she transcends beyond comedy to serious message. And the medium she used was as such that it can relate. And I'm going to close with this. My mother is I would call it a strong Christian woman who is very much anglicized. So she wasn't allowed to do the part of business, but she allowed us to watch Ring Ding. And the only thing we could watch on TV during the days was Ring Ding. And so I'm a part of that generation. And now we understand now the significance of Miss Lou. So we say big up to Miss Lou. Let us continue now then to ensure that her legacy lives on. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oops. Okay. Good afternoon. It just never works. When you think you wear heels to see you over the panel, it just never works. Anyhow, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to today's event. It never works, right? And it's actually a very, just not welcoming everybody to the event, but also just to remind ourselves of this special collaboration between the Louise Bennett-Coverley Festival, the Department of Literatures and English, and the Institute of Caribbean Studies. This partnership reflects our shared commitment to fostering creativity, innovation, and growth in the humanities. Because we often say the humanities dead, but we still manage to keep it alive with such creative activities such as this one. The Department of Literatures and English is deeply honored to be a part of this event, which celebrates one of Jamaica's literary giants, Louise Bennett-Coverley. We're especially privileged to engage our young people from across the island in recognizing Miss Lou's activist work and her profound influence on popular culture and nation building. A special thanks to Professor Opal Palmer Adisa for her tireless efforts in sharing this cultural space with our young people. As educators and as adults, we sometimes we lock cultural icons like Miss Lou to the past, to history, distancing them from our young people or the younger generations. Opal, this is for you. Your work has brought Miss Lou's legacy out of that time capsule. So we're no longer celebrating and seeing Miss Lou as past, as history. Yes, history is important, but also we live history in the present. And also what Opal has done, you've made her memory not only relevant, but inspiring to our youth, helping them to see her as more than just a performer, but a true nation builder. And for those of you who are here this morning and who had the opportunity to listen to the children or the students, the young people, you would hear that they do, and they were very much inspired by Miss Lou beyond the performance, you know, the comedy that Dr. Goss mentioned. So I say to you, salute, Opal, for your efforts and your continued efforts. And I look forward, and we look forward to the remaining afternoon, the discussion around Louise Bennett. And it's going to be taking a more academic turn, I suppose, and also enjoyable. I know we miss the young people, their vibrant energy, but I want to say they've left this energy with all of us who were able to witness them. So I want to see a big smile, and I want to feel the young people's energy. I want to, yes, to keep Miss Lou's name alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctors Goss and Tomlinson. We certainly couldn't have done today, and it wouldn't have been as impactful without the help of the Ministry of Education, who came on with very short notice and helped us to bring the students together. And we'd like to be able to have a quick word from Mr. Marlon Williams, who has been very, very helpful in helping us to pull the pieces together and to inspire the children to have presented to us in the way that they did today. Mr. Williams.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hicklin. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to you. Let me say that again. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to you. All right, great. That sounds like it. You know, I just want to say that the Ministry of Education and Youth is really proud of what the Institute of Caribbean Studies and Reggae Studies Unit is doing. This morning, it demonstrated, and I'm going to say to the world because it was streamed, that our future is not just bright, but fully bright. When you listen to the students, and not just in their performance, but in the discussions, you realize that Miss Lou's legacy will live on. And I want to let you know that the Ministry of Education does not take things like these lightly. As a matter of fact, we have a program. What it is called is a Culture in Education program in the Ministry of Education and Youth, and that has been there for years. And what we do from time to time, we feature our cultural icons. And that is a deliberate intention of ours to ensure that the retention of our culture, it is kept. It is a deliberate effort on our part to ensure that the younger generation, they will know, they will learn about those who have set the trend, who have set the stage for us. So just to let you know that we are proud and we're looking forward to next year.
So, as we're live on television, I'd like to take the Herbie Miller has had an emergency and is unable to join us today, and he had a dynamic paper waiting for us. He told me a little bit about it, and I am sorry he won't be here, but I'm sure we'll find another way to share it with you. He was going to hot up the place a little bit, but I'm sure we're still going to get a lot of heat. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Tomlinson to take over from here and to take us through panel number 1 under the title, The Rhythms of Miss Lou. I think we're going to pick up our mics. I think we're going to pick up our mics.
All right, good afternoon. Well, at least I could see over the mic. Good afternoon again, everyone. So we're going to be starting off our panel with the discussion on Louise Bennett as a, let me, 1 second, please. All righty. Testing, okay. So we're going to start off with the rhythms of Miss Lou. And the first person, okay, you guys all ready? All right. So the first person who will be presenting is Mrs. Tanya Hernandez, who is coming all the way from Canada. Yes. You're going to do it here?
Can you start?
Okay. Yes.
Testing. Everyone, testing.
You can hear?
I think I'll stay here.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
So,
So Tanya's coming all the way from Canada. And just to give you a background of Tanya, she is the T-Dot, we say T-Dot, Toronto. She is a Toronto Miss Lou, and she's one of the persons who have kept the vibe, because there is a vibe to Tanya and Miss Lou. So she's kept that vibe alive in the city. and also a very diasporic connection that she maintains with Miss Lou. So, reminding us, the Jamaican community in Toronto and Canada, the wider Canada, that of Miss Lou's work. So I will take it over to you, Tanya. She's all excited already, so I will take it. I know. Here you go.
I'm just setting the tone. Is Miss Lou reverbing there or not, sure? We stir them and we blend them to a flavor. We shake them and we move them to a beat. We wheel them and we turn them and we rock them and we sound them and we tempo them. And locks, the rhythm sweet. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, esteemed professors. Mother Marjorie, I was on ring ding, and I was glad to be beside you, and Miss Lou, yes. Moderator Dr. Lisa Tomlinson, fellow panelists, and audience for joining me today to celebrate our beloved Miss Lou, Queen Mother of Jamaican culture, symbol of ancestral wit and wisdom, and undoubtedly the foundation of dub poetry. The rhythm, sweet indeed. Miss Lou's innovative use of Jamaican first language patois and rhythmic cadence paved the way for dub poetry, which came on the scene in the 1970s, a term that describes a type of performance poetry that is spoken along with a pre-selected musical backing. The music is usually inspired by reggae rhythms, and the verses, which are mostly in dialect, are almost always about social and/or political themes, much like the poetry of Miss Lou. The name dub poetry was coined in 1976 by Linton Kwesi Johnson and later popularized by other dub poets like Big Youth and Muta Baruka, to name a few. The excerpt from Miss Lou's dramatic monologue on Jamaican language that I had recited in the opening of my presentation, and you also heard Miss Lou doing her dub poetry there at the beginning, is just one of the many dialect artistic expressions of Miss Lou, which she wrote and performed with the sweet rhyme and rhythm encapsulating the original free-flowing expressions of our Jamaican people. She started writing in dialect from as early as 14 years old in 1933. And during the time that Jamaicans were finding their own voice to self-rule, a time of the 1938 labor riots, the 1944 universal adult suffrage, the 1962 year of independence, and the challenges faced since then to now. Yes, indeed, Miss Lou is the foundation of dub poetry, a genre that has revolutionized the way we express ourselves through language, culture, and folklore. Her novel use of patois in her dialect poems, folk songs, and stories has significantly influenced reggae music and dub poetry, paving the way for future generations of artists to express themselves in their native tongue. It is said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. From presidents to princes of the empire, like President Obama and Prince Harry, the unique Jamaican patois has been celebrated. From the movie Meet Joe Black, where our own theater and screen actress Lloyd Kelly Miller and the famous Brad Pitt engaged in fluent patois, to the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, where the sun goddess Calypso, played by Jamaican Trini actress Naomi Harris, spoke in the dialect. Arguably, if it was not for Miss Lou, it would have taken decades before the world would have heard about our patois, and before our unique and colorful language would become respected and popular. Because as Miss Lou, Auntie Roche say, it really used to bother her to hear people say patois is not language. No, because of Miss Lou's constant and defiant use of patois in our books and performances, there is now a plethora of artists and, becoming famous Ziggy Marley, Sting, Shaggy, Coffee, Toots, and the Metal, Soldier from America, and them not even Jamaican, but them use the patois. All won Grammy Awards. Kuya Pupa, Auntie Rochi would have said. Patois gone abroad. It is because of Miss Lou's unwavering advocacy for our one-of-a-kind Jamaican expression, which has really created a medium by which Jamaica uniquely communicates with the whole world. How well it has been received and mimicked. The Jamaican dialect is famous worldwide thanks to Miss Lou. All you have to say is Ariane Watagwan, and everybody know where you come from. This is why Jamaica's impact has been so disproportionate to its size worldwide. This remarkable revolutionary communication which our forefathers had used to pop the colonialists at a time when it was discouraged to speak our first language, has set the tone for Jamaica's relationship with the whole world. We had flavor and rhythm to the entire universe with Piwi language, because we little but with Talawa. Through Miss Lou's VAKT delivery, voice, action, kinetics, and tone, Miss Lou transported us into the world of the Jamaican people, defending and celebrating our legacy of language and culture. Honorable Dr. Louise Bennett-Coverley was a poet warrior with a didactic voice, an unapologetic voice infused with humor, rhythm, which reflected a cinematic style, the joys, the pains, the concerns, and idiosyncratic behaviors of our people. This was reflected so brilliantly in her epic poem, Dirty Tough, written in the 1960s, declaring that life is hard. The action includes contrast between appearance and reality. Sun a shine and pot a boil, things not bright, bickle not enough, rain a fall and river they flood, but water scarce and dirty, tough. The kinetics of Miss Lou's Dirty Tough includes the rhythmic flow influenced by the Jamaican patois' natural cadence and creates a dynamic rhythm. The lines flow into each other. The repetition of Dirty Tough drives home the message. The sensory language evokes sights, sounds, and emotions. Saltfish gone up, mackerel gone up, pork and beef gone up same way. And when rice and butter ready, them go up on holiday. Though we laugh and take kin teeth, keep a heartburn, you know, say, not every kin teeth a laugh. The tone of our poem is critical as it exposed social injustices and contradiction. No care how much we da work for hard time they in our short. We da fight hard time they beat with them raise we wages, but $1 Ghanaian pound we wage. We don't feel no merriment. $10 Ghanaian pound with food and $10 pound with rent. The tone was conversational as it used our dialect, and there is an urgency highlighting the need for change. This work particularly laid the foundation for this particular genre of dub poetry. Even Muta Baruka declared that Miss Lou is the first dub poet, which is why he recorded her in the studio doing her poem Dirty Tough to a dub beat, and you heard it earlier. The refrain and figurative expression Dirty Tough remain relevant today as when she wrote it in the 1960s, transcendent poetry. You hear the rise and fall of the unstressed and stressed syllables, emphasizing the contrast and irony. Sun a shine, but things not bright. Each of the 4 lines of the first stanza has its contrasting pattern, giving vivid visual and sonic imageries of the sun shining, the pot boiling, the river flooding, and the rain falling, but yet still dirty tough, life hard. The ballad quatrain style, and yes, Professor Mervyn, me read your book about the ballad quatrain. Big word what I did learn when I was studying with you. Has a ABCB rhyming pattern which give a sweet rhythm despite it being a serious subject. Miss Lou, through the rhythmic flow of her poetry, is giving us solace and instilling hope in us to face another day, to fight, to survive, and thrive. Muta Baruka was influenced by her works, and the tributes to Miss Lou with his dub beat. Miss Lou, Melanin Man. Miss Lou, we love you for true. We love how you chat, some not like that. Miss Lou, you make them know that it's from the base things Jamaica grow. Them used to say we must speak and twang, but you make we proud so we are African. Now see them a teach in school that Jamaica patois is not for fool. When you chat it sounds so sweet and all of Jamaica just a skin them teeth, Miss Lou. Me say the rhythm sweet. Also Big Youth. Remember Big Youth? He had a song titled Miss Lou Ring Ding. It is understood there's no dub poetry or reggae without Miss Lou. Because of Miss Lou, Professor Adisa in an article said, really well, we have worn patois so proudly. Miss Lou's championing of patois and culture was a bold declaration of our humanity, dignity, and right to self-expression. She showed us that our language, culture, and folklore are not just relics of the past, but living expressions of the collective soul. Her work demonstrated that patois is not inferior to any other language, but a unique and powerful expression of our experiences, struggles, and triumphs. As the foundation of dub poetry, Miss Lou's legacy has inspired a genre that continues to empower and give voice to the marginalized communities. We must continue to draw inspiration from her work, celebrating our heritage, defending our language, and promoting our culture as a vital act of resistance against erasure and marginalization. The fight for cultural and mental freedom is ongoing. Miss Lou, our pioneering folklorist for over 70 years, has influenced 3 generations, right? And she had the national movement. She was part of that national movement to instill personal and national pride in us through her works in books, on stage, radio, television, and in the lecture halls. There would be no reggae music or dub poetry if Miss Lou, the cultural warrior, did not champion our rights to celebrate our unique identity and language. Miss Lou brought respect to our derived language and popularized the use of patois internationally. She paved the way for many people to benefit from the sweat of our brow in preserving the language and our folklore. Dub poetry helped to provide a Jamaican voice worldwide and promoting Jamaican self-expression. Miss Lou, the foundation of dub poetry, reminds us of the power of our collective voice, resilience, and creativity in forging a future rooted in our history, culture, and commitment to freedom. Let us all keep the rhythm sweet. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Miss Lou. Aye, aye, aye.
And didn't I promise you that Sonia was going to bring some vibe? I would say it like you, Sonia, but I don't. Correct me if I'm doing it wrong. The rhythm sweet. Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you, Tanya. Our next presenter has given me specific instruction to keep the bio short, so I'll do that very quickly. A retired senior lecturer, Dr. Velma Pollard, a lecturer in language education from the School of Education. But even though she said to keep it short, I must say that Dr. Pollard added another layer to the study of the Jamaican language, where she looked at Dread Talk, and looked at the speech of Rastafarian and how they also use the language, the Jamaican language, within their own context. And I will take it over to Dr. Pollard, and her presentation is Miss Lou, All Kind of Rhythm.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mrs. Walk fast and cross. Picnic, cross, make me pass. Lady, go along and mind your business. Old man, make up your mind. Walk between them white line. Miss Lou's territory is all of Jamaica. All its people, all its culture, its successes and its failures, its joys and its sorrows, more than we could ever process in one day. She has taught us so much in her time among us and left us so much to remember. Thank you, Opal and Deborah and the cohort of faithfuls who worked along with you, for all the energy, the love, and the goodwill that you have put into honoring Miss Lou today. Let me begin with Miss Lou and language, only partly because she is seen by many, as you heard already, as the poet who allowed other poets the freedom to write in patois. She was not the first, nor was she the only one, but she certainly was the most popular and eventually the most internationally well-known. The other part is that I feel reasonably safe in that area. Jamaicans have always known instinctively which of the community's two languages, patois and English, is required in a given situation. Those of us not fluent in English at least attempt it when we think it necessary, like the fellow customer in a certain small shop one afternoon, who, hearing me ask the shopkeeper a question in English, immediately turned to me and asked, "You not a live around here?" That noun, in that context, was new to me. I would have expected, "You doesn't live around here." Whichever, I had used the wrong language for that situation, and I knew better. But habit is a terrible thing. When language and situation played itself out dramatically one day, Miss Lou knew what she had to do. She, young and finely dressed, had been boarding a tram car, as Morris records it, when a market woman, to prevent her from getting a seat, told her friend to "Spread out yourself, one dress woman a come." The poem she wrote out of that event was received to wide acclaim by her schoolmates. Language as prestige in Jamaican society, however, meant that as she flourished, she would have to be ignored by a certain class, a certain type of audience. Many people were still washing patois out of their children's mouths, while sometimes using it themselves, playing bridge or dominoes with friends after children's bedtime. But how else could Louise Bennett represent a Jamaica where patois is the first language of the man, woman in the street? You cannot learn English in the streets of Jamaica. It is not there. English is what is at risk in Jamaica, Edward Baugh sagely remarked. I have heard it said that patois cannot carry the weight of important subjects like history and economics. It certainly has carried religion for generations. Miss Lou has proved a point I frequently make, that I have not met a Jamaican with something to say who has not been able to express it in patois. In the early years of the discussion on women's liberation, long before Omanly broke out over foreign land, I could almost hear Miss Lou kissing her teeth and saying, "Jamaica woman know she strong, she know she talawa, but she don't want her picnic them to start call her papa." You could not want a deeper, more complex subject than colonization. But see how lightly patois carries pages of a social science paper. Wanna see how life is funny? Wanna see the turnabout? Jamaica live for box bread out of English people's mouth. Take another big subject, opportunism. I recommend to you my clever son Uriah, who takes the freedom of the space, the pulpit, legitimately there when rain fall or parson sick, to avenge me, his mother, and indeed himself. Looking at Teacher Brown, who had beaten him years before for calling him top knot, Uriah, in biblical language, preaches, "Let him that sitteth on the house top not come down." Now, they say that patois is used effectively to chastise children and to quarrel with adults. They never listened to the favorite I read to any class that finds itself in front of me on Valentine's Day, a love letter. Me darling love, me little dove, me dumpling, me gizzard. Me sweetie Sue, I goes for you like how flies goes for sugar. As I put my pen to paper and my penny start to fly, me remembrance remember the first day you catch me eye. You did just come off a tram car, a bus was to your right, a car swept past your left face, and you turn up stiff with fright. Your jaw drop, your mouth open, just like when jackass start yawn. Me heart go bogo and me know what make me born. Do, no scorn me little letter. No laugh after me, yo. Me learning not too grand. So what me can't spell, me withdraw. The thing in the corner with the freckles is my heart. And the plate with yam and saltfish mean that we can never part. See how me draw the two faces, them they look on one another? Well, one is me, and one is you. Take any one you read. It's not a cockroach foot, this, you know. It's a finger with a ring. And it mean me want to marry you. The line is piece of string. Take it, put round the wedding finger, your wedding hand. Careful, forget the right size, and then give to this man. The man is me. Now, sweet rice, keep swell till I see you next. Accept me young heart while I close with love and bands of X. Now you know how rice swells when you cook it. So you listen to this really fantastic move. Now, sweet rice, keep swell till I see you. Louise Bennett, a woman for all Jamaica's seasons. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pollard. So for the interest of time, we're going to take a very few questions. If there are any questions in the audience, any comments, we had some vibrant presentation, had some food for thought. No? Well, we'll start a discussion here, so nobody wants to talk to us. One of the things that that's coming out of the symposium is the idea of Miss Lou's, beyond performative. And I noticed in Tanya's presentation, for example, there was this performative, but it was very significant in the sense that you were really, and this is not an indictment against the university or academics, but your presentation was doing exactly what the symposium and what Louise Bennett represented, because you touched on very important academic information that we would say research, because it was clearly research, but you also was able to do it in a very, light-hearted way, connecting to the ordinary as what the symposium is about. So I really like the way you were able to bring out the seriousness within a very jovial way.
Can I come in? Thank you, Dr. Tomlin. So let me say this. You say performative. I'll never forget one day I did, I think it was Professor Lorna Goodison. It was online during the time of COVID. And it was a Louise Bennett Heritage Council, Miss Lou event. And Professor Goodison said, Miss Lou had tarab. It's an Arabic term to mean she draw you in. And because I'm a performer, I've been performing for years. Sorry, I used to be in JCDC and, do poetry and whatever. But as I got older and I had my children and I got back out there, I broke out again and started performing. But I never forgot what Professor Lorna Goodison said. Miss Lou connected. So can you imagine if she wrote all her books and it was just left there and she did not come and perform it and to express it? We probably would not know as much about her. So she's my muse. I love her. I've had her on Ring Ding with Mother Marjorie here. And I learned from her, so thank you, because that helps me when I have to travel internationally. This adds, it's encouragement for me, Because Miss Lou really attracted people to her. She came on and she just bust out that smile. So if that's one thing that I think that I learned from Miss Lou, is just to connect to the audience, and I hope I continue to do that. So thank you for that lovely comment.
Thanks, Tanya. I was going to give you some sunshine, Tanya, because Tanya's coming from Canada, but I'm thinking no, but I thought you were going to come, with some cold air, but you're just bringing sunshine from Canada. You're bringing this vibe. And I can see the Jamaican Caribbean vibe has not left you. It's very refreshing. Over to, does anybody have or do we have to continue talking amongst ourselves? Anybody have any questions or any comments? Okay, well, I have a quick question for Dr. Pollard before we wrap up. You talked about this idea of patois being used to chastise children, in terms of, I wrote it down, chastising children. So it takes away from it as being a language in the way that we use it in a very aggressive and angered way. I wanted to know if you're still seeing that happening where people are still using it, because I'm thinking of the diaspora, when young people use patois, especially non-Caribbean or non-Jamaican, they tend to use it very aggressively when they're in this kind of a rebellious way. I just want to know if you're seeing it being used in a different way. Like, are we still using it just as that, chastising children?
Well, I think it is used in more ways now, but I think it certainly still is used to chastise children. I was in a seminar recently, international thing, and a number of, this was mostly diaspora people, a number of Jamaicans spoke about growing up in foreign with their Jamaican parents. And they quoted some statements that their parents, mostly their mothers, had thrown at them, all in patois. And I'm telling you, some of them beyond patois, it's some 40 shilling words that I had never heard, right? And I was wondering, some of those things, I do not understand why a parent would tell a child those things. One of the women was looking for clarification, a certain comment, which I won't repeat, that she had grown up with, and she couldn't knock it. And when the group, it was a small group, explained to her all the details, all the indignity that those words implied. So I'm saying to you, I was very surprised, because these were mostly people under 30. And they were not growing up in Jamaica even. One can say in Jamaica that since patois is the language of the streets, that must be the language you chastise in, because that's the language. But when you're growing up in a country where patois is not the language that the children are speaking or using in school or anything, and you chastise them in that language. My own children point out to me that the only time I ever called them picnic was when I was chastising them. I wasn't aware of it, but they said that. I would say, picnic so. If they say so, it must be true. But, and I'm telling you, these other mothers must be much younger than I am. It's still going on, so I'm sorry. It's there. But I really think that one of the things we need to do is to use patois more in the nice ways, like in love letter. So.
Yes,
But would we? That's interesting you said that, because I remember my mother growing up in Toronto, being chastised in Proverbs to the point where I'm starting to sound like my mother, because it was usually Proverbs that was used. So it's interesting that you made that point.
Yeah, I find it very interesting too, Dr. Pollard. The worst that my mother said to me, but they'd bring you into the world, we would take you out, and that was it, right? But for me, with my 4 children, I would use the kotai and his teeth and Kimbo, and that kind of language, I think it's the younger generation, and it's more crass and rough. I know my kids would say to me, Mom, all you have to do is just look upon me, and that's it. But, and I let them know, too, that even the kotai and his teeth is from African retention, right? I let them learn that they're always learning. I said, in the traditional old-time days, Even though it wasn't good when we said children were seen and not heard, because that's another thing in itself, we could not run our mouth the way these picnic run their mouth. So my children, it was in the balance, because I learned from the past. And so when we had our children, we agreed that we were not going to use rough language. However, the patois, them love it, because them said the patois just bring it out exactly what you want to say. Cut to the chase is like a two-edged sword. Oh, no, hear me. You know? All right? Or keep by your mouth. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So we're going to wrap up shortly, but I'm just going to all of a sudden now we're having conversation amongst ourselves, and everybody's hand is going up. So I'm going to, and I'm here over there, so I'm going to pretend an eeny, meeny, miny. So I did see a question over here, Natisha, and then I'm going to take over here, I'm not seeing, and then I'm going to take over here. And then we could wrap up. You could make your questions quick, please.
Hang on a second.
Yes.
I'm going to do the mic.
Okay.
So that
Okay.
it's important for recording.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So my one question is, and it could have changed, I might be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that at the university level, I have seen exam papers. So when I go in to write exams, there is always a note to say that we're to use the standard English to write a paper. In my case, I was studying literature, so I can understand, but I feel like having that requirement or not relaxing that requirement to a certain degree might be counter to what we're discussing here. So if we are saying patois is a language of the street, and we want the language of the street to be more widely accepted across the society because it is still used to exclude people, then if at the university level where we are the champions of promoting the language, we are saying to the students that you can't express yourselves in patois then, or in the Creole, the Jamaican Creole, then I think that's problematic. So it's not necessarily a question, it's really a statement.
I am hearing statements that patois is used to chastise and to say rough things. And patois is used all the time for every kind of expression, whether it is in anger or whether it is in the lovey-dovey poem, or whether it is just to express one's thoughts. And it's not the language of the streets; it's the language of the home. It's the language of everywhere. So it doesn't have just one function. We are using it all the time, and those of us who know standard English are moving between whatever Creole we speak. In my case, it would be Trinidad English and Trinidad Creole and whatever standard, whether it's standard Jamaican standard thing. We are moving between the two languages all the time to express any idea we have or to ask any question, so that its usage is much wider than what, some of the comments that I heard a while ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We've been focusing a lot on the spoken word, but when we speak about the rhythm of Louise, it's more than the spoken word, because Louise, of course, was a fantastic vocalist, singer. And speak about ring-ding, I was honored to be the guitarist on the first 2 ring-dings recorded at JBC in those days, and accompanied Louise often. I remember going to her home in Canada with my guitar, and her face was lit up to be able to sing the songs that she loved to sing. But the point is that she communicated not just with the spoken word, but with voice, but of course with her whole body, the way she moved, and her face. And I think we need to move beyond just the words that might be printed on a page, but also to focus also on Louise, the great communicator, the great singer, the great dramatist as well. Thank you.
I had to dip my mouth in it. The thing about patois being used mostly to chastise, it's really because patois is what we use when we're not being pretentious. So for children, that's what they're going to hear. But for a man to a woman in them private places, they're going to hear a different thing. So that's why I think they would hear that in that regard and in that manner, because that's when their parents drop the pretense and say, look, you little girl. But I'm sure that in a moment of being proud, you will say, me proud of you, so tell. They might not identify that as a patois phrase because it sounds close enough to, I am proud of you so much, you know. It sounds similar to that, but when you say, kuya girl, they know exactly that, oh, that must be patois because that doesn't sound like English. So I think it's more a case of we just drop the pretense when we go into the patois. And I think same thing, if we are able to express ourselves fully every time in the way we really and truly chat, whether it is anger, irritation, or love or like, there will be less of this feeling that patois is for tracing. Patois is for every striking thing.
Thank you very much for that comment. But I want to ask you a quick question. Have you ever gotten a love letter in patois? Oh, you have? Okay. Have you, pardon me?
I got one.
Have you ever gotten a, because I'm here thinking, have I ever gotten, no, I've gotten catcalls in patois. That sometimes can be in a form of a love letter if you want to look at it that way. But anyhow, I wanted to just thank everybody for this session. I wish we could continue on. I did invite you to participate. But anyhow, we're going to move on to our tributes to our special guest. And I'm going to call Deborah, Dr. Hickling-Gordon, to come and do our tributes. Thank you very much, Dr. Pollard and Tanya Hernandez.
I'm not going to spend long. I'm actually going to pass over to Professor Palmer Adisa. I always do that. Palmer Adisa. Who's going to lead us with the tributes today.
Thank you, and thank you for that excellent panel and that very important discussion. I was thinking about my own children who were raised in California because that's where I had them and raised them, you know, with regards to tracing. And I know that when I got, and I think Anya's point is so apt, because it was when I was relaxed that I would definitely go into my Jamaican and they would hear Picnimina, Techno, you know, what is, you know, those kinds of stuff. So, but yes, the point that you made is such an important point, that we use the language to express the full realm of who we are in all times. So, this is a very special moment for me, and I have some wonderful people who are going to help to make it even more special. I have said, people who know me know that me no want no flowers when me dead, right? That I believe that people should be celebrated and honored when they're alive and given their flowers, and not necessarily flowers, but you know, whatever it is. And because I am indebted to Miss Lou, I consider Miss Lou my writing mother, my cultural mother. I'm also interested in those people who have helped not just to promote Miss Lou, but who in their own realm have helped to shape Jamaica's culture. And the two persons we're going to be honoring today, Professor Mervyn Morris, the tremendous scholar and poet, and Marjorie Wiley, the drummer and musician and I would say ethnographist and all those other things, have shaped Jamaican culture and have influenced writers and musicians in all realms. And we need to give them, their dues. We need to say big up, respect. And so, and I also want to say that when I was a young girl, and just started to write, that Mervyn Morris was one of the people who mentored me and who looked at my poems and gave me advice. And I was part of the Junior National Dance, NDTC, and, hearing Marjorie and just being amazed at Marjorie as a woman, because at that time, very few women were playing the drums. And I remember seeing her playing the drums and think, who is this woman? And so I've had the pleasure over the years to have known her, to listen to her, and just to see how her musical ear, as a pianist who first accompanied Miss Lou, I think when you said you were 4 when I interviewed you, or some age like that, how Marjorie has really expanded the musical landscape of Jamaica. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to invite 2 persons to just say short remarks about Professor Morrison, and then we will award him. Mel Cook is going to be the first, and then Dr. Rachel Mosley is going to be the second. And we're going to honor Mervyn Morris, and then we're going to honor Marjorie Wiley. And I'm so glad that we're all here, and I'm sure that you share my zeal and my understanding that they are very worthy and deserving of this moment and this time. Mel, please come forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. So, of course, when you're asked to give remarks on somebody who has been remarked upon over and over again, and is a remarkable person that has been emphasized, what do? I turn to my history. I'm here because I used to write for the Gleaner for a while. And so, yeah, and I have a somewhat unusual, perhaps, I think, the privileged viewpoint on Professor Morris, having covered his readings, some of them, and interviewed him a couple times over the years. And that extends from the first Calabash in 2001 to the public launch of Last Reel in July at the Edna Manley College. So in making my remarks, I have the luxury of relying on the remarks of persons who have already remarked about Prof. Morris, as I have reported on. And of course, we try to keep it brief in the spirit of Prof. Morris and the day. So, first one, and particularly relevant to this occasion, was the launch of Miss Louise Bennett and Jamaican Culture in 2016. And that report began, quote, at several points during Tuesday's launch of Miss Louise Bennett and Jamaican Culture, the book's author became as much the evening's subject as the person he wrote about, as there were high praises for Professor Mervyn Morris, Jamaica's poet laureate. However, it was his compatriot, Professor Edward Barr, who connected Louise Bennett-Coverley and Morris, ... At the beginning, Barr asked, who better to have written the definitive book on Miss Lou than Mervyn Morris? Then later on he said, later on the story read, Barr mused and amused as he made another connection between Morris and Bennett-Coverley, imagining her approving of the writer's credentials, including 2 letters. Quote, me and him have one big-time honor in common, O.M. Oh, Mervyn, oh, Miss Lou, Barr said to laughter. On that occasion, poets who have worked extensively in dub, Oko Nora, the late Jean Breeze, and Muta Baruka spoke about Morris's influence, recognizing not only his work with their work, but in supporting a then emerging genre of dub poetry. However, as insightful as their remarks were, it is perhaps poet and musician Umbala who summed up Prof. Morris's impact on other writers when he spoke about him being appointed Poet Laureate. This was published in the Gleaner on May 4th, 2014. Umbala said, "I think there's something farcical about this appointment. If we are to consider what a Poet Laureate should do, we should realize this man over here has been doing that for 30 years. The only way to make this work is a retroactive appointment." So, this is me now. To draw a parallel with another era of the arts with which I am deeply engaged, I believe it is fair to say that Mervyn Morris has long been to literature what Bounty Killer subsequently became to dancehall in terms of bossing writers, but not the cussing part. So, one of the things that was personally instructive was something Prof. Morris said about Miss Lou, which I don't think I wrote in a story, and I run the risk of misquoting or quoting the person in front of the person, right? And in journalism, you always get to blame the editor, but I can't blame the editor now, okay? So, at the risk of, so this is not a quote, but the essence is that despite some bad treatment around Miss Lou's creative involvement, hopeful quote, she was gracious enough not to go on about it, end hopeful quote. So that was a lesson in letting go that I have carried forward and I believe we can all benefit from. On the personal poetry side, I showed Prof. Morris the script for my book 11/9, which was published in 2008. When he gave it back to me, which would have been about in 2007, and looking forward to the comments, he said something unrelated, I thought, to the book. He said, "You need to write personal poems." To which I replied, I would be uncomfortable reading them. To which, without batting an eyelid, without changing voice, tone, inflection, anything, he said, "I didn't say you have to read them." All right? So, of course, I wrote them, and of course, I read them, and I have some that I plan to write, and some I plan to read. It was a con, a good con, and I'm grateful for it. And finally, in 2017, I did a story on Prof. Morris about his then comprehensive collection, then comprehensive because last read has come out subsequently, right? And last read came out this year. His then comprehensive collection, Peeling Orange, the collected poems of Mervyn Morris. Many people here would know the title poem, but as a reminder, Peeling Orange, Mervyn Morris. Them used to say, you peel an orange perfect and you get new clothes. But when my father tried to teach me, slide the knife up to the safeguard thumb, I move the weapon like a saw in my hand and the damn rind break. And if you have the time, you can come see me in my old clothes, peeling. So, I thought about Prof. Morris working with so many writers and attempted to adapt his poem about teaching and failure and consistency of effort and humility and self-acceptance to the writer and came up with this. Some time ago, still in progress, for as Prof. Morris said when I interviewed him about that collection, quote, sometimes the poems come unbidden, almost whole, but I am a great tinkerer. I don't believe in leaving things alone. And this is a lesson in rewriting. Watching Mervyn Morris peeling orange. This man Morris, him peel you and your poem, Ola, shave down a line fine, fine, with a writer's wrist. Him peel the poem thin, thin, without break the skin. Reveal what you never know your design, without give the writer or poem a chip. And you see him close, them simple and crisp.
Thank you, Mel Cook. I very much endorse that sentiment. And now we'll have Dr. Rochelle Mosley.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Mel, that was lovely. Mel, is it on? Yes, yes, yes. Mel, that was lovely. Oh, there is. Yeah, thank you so much. I must confess that when Opal recently asked me to give this tribute to Mervyn, I felt honored and readily agreed, but I soon started to have feelings of inadequacy. Did I wondered, have enough time to gather together all the material and research that would allow me to do justice to what has been a long, productive, and tremendously accomplished career in academia and as a poet. When Opal communicated with me later, possibly after I started talking about doing a comprehensive tribute, Opal let me know that there was a time limit, and I felt some relief that, it was only 2 to 3 minutes. But then I started to panic afresh, because then I began to wonder, how does one condense a career like Mervyn's into 2 to 3 minutes? So I'm very happy that Mel was here and also had some input, and if there's anything and 2 to 3 minutes that I leave out, it's a time constraint. So 2 to 3 minutes is impossible, but I feel comforted that most people present today already know of Mervyn's accomplishments and why he so richly deserves being honored and tribute being paid to him today. I would have to start, of course, with his pioneering work on Louise Bennett, including the seminal essay on reading Miss Lou seriously, which helped lay the groundwork for the serious and scholarly consideration of Louise Bennett's poetry. But indeed, Mervyn has played a pioneering role in legitimizing the study of West Indian oral poetry and introducing dub poetry to the academy and larger community. I don't think I would be overstating the case to say that it was Mervyn who was instrumental in bringing poets and writers like Mikey Smith, Jean Bintabreeze, and others to our attention. Mel went to the Gleaner as a journalist. I went to the files in the department. And these files yielded some gems, not as humorous as what Mel read, but so they yielded some gems. Dr. Victor Chang, as head of department, our former colleague, the late Dr. Victor Chang, I should say, in his recommendation for Mervyn's appointment as professor, Dr. Chang wrote, quote, I can quote safely, "He has been a magisterial and influential voice. In the many critical introductions he has written to West Indian texts, he so delicately, subtly, and unerringly guides and shapes our response to these works that his stature as a West Indian critic is undeniable." In another document, noted scholar Darrell Cumberdance described Mervyn as, quote, "the major figure in directing the course of and defining the field of Caribbean literature studies," end quote. She notes also that volumes could be dedicated to illustrating this point. She described Mervyn in her letter as one of the most meticulous, original, and intelligent scholars she knows. Mervyn is, of course, also a highly acclaimed poet, as we've heard, and has published a number of collections, including The Pond, Shadow Boxing, Examination Center, On Holy Week, I've Been There, Sort of, New and Selected Poems, and most recently, as we have heard, in 2024, Last Reel. His scholarly book publications include Is English We Speaking and Other Essays in 1999, Making West Indian Literature 2005, and Miss Lou, Louise Bennett and Jamaican Culture 2014. Dr. Chang also spoke about Mervyn's contribution as an editor, and he has edited Selected Poems by Louise Bennett, Itakom by Michael Smith, and After Image by Dennis Scott. He co-edited the two anthologies, Jamaica Woman with Pamela Mordecai and Voice Print with Stuart Brown and Gordon Rollier. As we've heard, Mervyn also served as Poet Laureate of Jamaica, and perhaps, as Mel has testified, A less seen but very important aspect of Mervyn's legacy is the unstinted support and encouragement he has given and continues to give to young writers and academics, taking the time to look at poems, go over manuscripts and drafts. I too have benefited from that generosity, and I greatly appreciate it. For me, as a youngish person studying in the department, teaching as a tutor, part-time lecturer, and eventually as a full-time lecturer, Mervyn provided much support and encouragement. I recall being invited to his home for an end-of-term dinner, along with other members of the postgraduate class that he taught. And I remember too, when I took leave from the graduate program to have a baby, Mervyn's visit to my home and the gift he brought for that baby. Thank you, Mervyn. I also recall my mother arguing with him that Morris was a Bajan name. You won't remember, but she insisted Morris was a Bajan name and you must have had Bajan roots. All that is in the good old days, Letitia, before online classes, when lecturers and students actually got together to do more than just study text. I'm sure my 2 to 3 minutes is almost up, if not gone already. And I've not gone into details about Mervyn's contribution to the university, but I do have to mention that he's worked here from 1966 to 2002, eventually becoming appointed as Professor of Creative Writing and West Indian Literature. And he served both as head of department and deputy dean. For me, as I approach my retirement in a couple of years, and I think about legacy, of course, I cannot approach what Mervyn has done, and I don't feel ashamed of that. That's marvelous. But I do think about the legacy, I mean, a strong aspect of the legacy that I've felt in the department, and that is that Mervyn, and I would say others of his generation and younger, I see Maureen, I see Anthea, see if I see anybody else. But the legacy they left in terms of making the Department of Literatures in English a place where younger people, younger scholars, students felt supported, felt encouraged, even if we were doing something that was a little off of the grid and unconventional, and the real generosity that we felt that more senior academics gave to us in our quest for success, and to finish that project, finish that paper, finish that book, and finish whatever we had ahead of us. Thank you, Mervyn.
Be here and to have him be presented. Thank you.
You hold it very tightly. Mervyn, on Mervyn, in recognition of your accomplishments and your contributions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Opal, and thank you, the organizers of this occasion. And of course, what we all share is our love of Louise Bennett.
Book, one of the many important books that he has done on Miss Lou, and so we're really honored that he is here, and we just want to send him love and say thank you. Thank you. Oh. And next we have Mike. Yes. So I want to thank Mel and I want to thank Rochelle And of course, big thanks and enough respect for Mr. Professor Mervyn Morris. Now we are on to this amazing woman, and I'm inviting Anya Gooden to come up and to start the proceedings by saying a few remarks about Marjorie Wiley. And then we're going to have Joycelyn Barton, doctor, who has worked with Marjorie and who is an educator and who, she doesn't want to call herself a drummer, but she's certainly a student who is of Marjorie and is doing drumming.
Good afternoon, everybody. You see, I get the sweetest smile from Miss Marjorie, you see? For me, growing up around the theatre community, one of the things that had to happen was my mother carried me to NDTC. And this would happen year after year after year. And I was never bored. I was never complaining. She never had to say, "Look, pick the man, me and you," right? Because one of the things that was always a pleasure for me is to go to NDTC and the lights are dark and you hear the slow humming. And you see Miss Marjorie come out and she sit down behind the drum and you know them window Gary. And me and my mother sit down on the back and we sing, "Doppio, doppio, doppio, not bad." And we sing and we carry on. And the sweetest part was always to hear Miss Marjorie drumming. It was also one of the important things of her capturing the folk music so that we always had new folk songs that were, well, they were always new to us because there were some things you always knew, and in other years you'd learn something new. And each time she would work with the NDTC singers and bring forth new songs that you would hear and new arrangements. And one of the things that I liked, as a theatre person, I don't like set changes. But at NDTC, me used to love when they have to take long between dance, because that is when Miss Marjorie would go down in the jazz and she get away. And when she start dance upon the piano, because trust me, dance, she was dancing and she go on and she go on and she go on. Sometimes you're almost a little bit upset when the lights start to come up and you realize that the dance going to start now. You say, "Cho." Or what if they may give her another little part in it when you know, when them in between dances again. So it was always a pleasure for us to be around the NDTC and working with them. We had the pleasure also of working with her with the pantomime. She was on stage. Well, me never remember them days because that was before me, but I have the pictures to prove when she was most sexy and cute. There's a picture of you with Randy Williams, and Randy Williams, hold your hands so, and same pretty smile. And she was very, very good on stage. She worked also in the music as well. She was band leader for a couple of the pantomimes. And we had the pleasure of always drawing on her whenever we needed folk music for the pantomime. And she taught us a couple wonderful songs. One of them was Balanceo, which tie up with teeth and tongue, because I don't know if you know it when them say, "Mango, sweet up, ripe banana, mango, sweet up, ripe banana, pumpkin, ripe plantain, fish." And we learned that from Miss Marjorie, who sat with us and taught us that and make sure we got it right. She also taught us hugging at the cocoa and root out me minty. And later on found out that wasn't quite what I thought it was. But that was the pleasure of it. And so on behalf of the theatre side of your life, we would just like to say thank you very much for preserving that part of our culture and sharing it generously with us. We love you, see? Who's next? Is who next? Oh, I think she enjoyed the story so much.
Okay. I have known Sister Marjorie for quite a while as a church sister, and I tell you something. All right. And me with my foppish self, she was teaching the children to drum for a church function. So when I took my boy to her, I had to wait until the drumming finished, because it didn't make sense taking them home and going home and then coming back for them. So I said to myself, there's no point sitting here for an hour and a half just listening. So I said, Sister Marjorie, can I join? And she said, yes, of course. And so big old me started drumming, you know, with Sister Marjorie. So I am a novice at this thing. I love it more than it loves me. But that is the generosity of Sister Marjorie that I have benefited greatly from. And so we are friends for life.
So we have the pleasure, because Marjorie says she wants to drum, and she brought the drums. We have the pleasure. Marjorie, you're going to go up there? Is that something we want to do? Or do you want us to bring it down here? Let's bring it down here, and we have the pleasure of having a little drumming before we present the formal award. Yes. Yeah, because we want people to see her. They won't be able to see her if she's... So can we have the chair this way? We're in for a treat, yes? Okay. So we are in for a treat, and we're just really grateful and happy that Marjorie Wiley could join us and that she has agreed to play the drum for us for just a very short moment. All right? So this is a very special treat that we are experiencing, and we are honoring those who are helping us to preserve the culture.
I heard Anya speak. I'm not supposed to speak here, but I remembered my father was the stage manager for NDTC for 15 years. And during the rehearsals, I would have to go and sit through the entire rehearsal from top to bottom. And Aunt Marge was my babysitter because I was told, sit by the orchestra pit and don't get up. Aunt Marge?
On behalf of the Louise Bennett-Coverley Festival, we want to thank you for your contribution as one of Jamaica's cultural icon in music and drumming, and also because of your formidable work with Louise Bennett on Ring Ding, in the pantomime, playing with her. I think once I interviewed you, and I think you said the first time you played for Miss Lou, you were probably 4 years old on the piano.
I was 5.
Okay.
Wonderful, you know, to have an opportunity like that, playing with Miss Lou. Not playing for her, playing with her, and she just totally enjoyed what she was doing. So it was just lifting me out of the chair, and I wanted to be able to take up the drum and walk along with it. And it was just a little too heavy, you know? But that was how my life in rhythm began. And I will never forget that, because I was all of 5 years old. And I will never forget that.
Thank you. Big up Audrey Wiley. So we have entertainment.
Casey first. We have Casey from the Dramatic Society, University Drama. No, how it go? Come, Casey, come tell us. Casey, and then we have with us, well, a special guest.
All right, should I just stay here or go up? I want the camera people to go up. Okay. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Casey Garvey, and it is an honor to be here to, well, again, pay tribute and join the chorus. Okay, yes, all right, to pay tribute to Miss Lou and to so many of the stalwarts of Jamaica's poetic and literary and cultural landscape. It's an honor to be here. So I am the founder of Jaiku. It's a poetry organization, and I'm, at least in a lot of ways, trying to honor those who have gone before and encourage the next generation of Jamaica's poets to be able to operate at a professional standard and a global standard. Puss stop slip through the window when you cook, or come through the back door when you not look. Puss stop hide and loot. Puss start wear 3-piece suit. Puss in a boot. Puss a host workshop, conference, seminar. Puss watch you take bus while Puss show up in a car. Puss have big money for lend. Puss get big money for spend. But Puss only get a contract to him friend them. So when the $30 million road dig up for put in a $20 million pipe, Puss make sure him thing line up right. Puss a talk about national development. Puss a talk about project for implement. Puss a draft policy when no make sense. But Puss not care who begs, because Puss just go and collect and move on to the next. Puss a talk about big things for experiment, and true say Puss talking a one foreign accent, everybody feels that this time it a go different. Puss a consultation but not understand the local context. And let me tell you, and not just Puss with teeth. I'll close my set with, this is my newest poem, and it's entitled Hope Gardens. Moonlight whispers of war. Slashed backs sheathe plans of ambush. Leaves drop on secret strategy covered by bamboo and courage. The brothers have assembled. Dawn will roar fire and spear, of knives and grass, blades drunk with anger and dew. Gunpowder clouds great house, floods fields with screams that do not see skin. Justice fights, but hope plants language under tongue. Adope, Nyame, Obia, Dokono, Juka, Mbakra. Hope carves name into memory. Hope harvests beauty from cane row, bantu nuts, dreadlocks. Hope sews calico over curved hips and anoints curls and coils with castor oil. Massa can see torches burn, but him can't see roots grow. Can't see river water flow from belly bottom. Can't see mountains kiss sky till them turn blue. Bloom, jablum. Steam escape coffee estate faster than Quacky run left him shut. Massa hear chain clank, but him can't hear records break. Can't hear how we turn metal to medal. How we change auction block to Olympic stock. When necks hang low with shackles, but rise with ribbon and gold. Massa make whip fling, but lip sing. Sting. Some fest, sun splash. Lyrics stretch history over tenterhooks, taught tender books from wombs awakened from silence. Massa make red blood flow from brown skin into brown dirt, but red dirt creates wealth that does not summon bones. Factory to foil, seed to soil, trees that stand taller than man, the way time longer than rope. Hope cultivate, marinate, pollinate, irrigate. Hope gardens. And hope sings one last Sankey that calls all of us home.
Thank you very much. From poetry to music, I'd like to introduce a member of a graduate of the Institute of Caribbean Studies, Miss Nadine Sutherland, who's going to pay her tribute to Mervyn Morris and Marjorie Wiley.
No, I look at you, Mr. Morris, and I giggle, and I'm going to tell you why. I kind of feel shame to say. But while I was here at the University of the West Indies, I think it was a Christmas holiday. It was around 2010. And you were walking, and we were standing, a big man, because I was in my 40s, and some young 20-year-old. And you said that Miss Lou thing can say other thing than cuss out. We use something for me say, Jesus, him hotty man, oh my Lord. then is his wife? Then the next girl go, him sexy to backside. And I was the elder. I said, what an African king. And he came over to us and he spoke to us. I'll never forget that day because all of the young girls were there saying, I'm sure you're proud of him. Because we definitely were. So, Mr. Morris, I see you all the time. Every time I see you, I do a little giggle because I'll always remember that day. Thank you for everything. Miss Marjorie, I am here standing not only as a graduate, but first and foremost, Miss Marjorie, a shame. This woman was so generous to me when I did my master's because I had to do a lot. I did music and show her hegemony in voice. How can I highfalutin thing? Mrs. Marjorie was always there for me. This woman lent me them 2 albums around 10 years ago. When I did my research, and I'm giving them back to you. No, the album has been the center of attention. Mel was like, what at? So Miss Marjorie, thank you so very much. And I am a better vocalist in the pop department because I actually did voice training with Miss Marjorie during the time of Action, after Action and getting ready to do my album. And you remember, And ladies and gentlemen, Sean Paul did voice training with Miss Marjorie. So we just want to thank you. Everybody know about the NDTC and all of that, but they don't know about what you have done for artists like me and Sean Paul in the pop, and me as a master's student, full of doubt because I come in from music, and you just call our number. You're always there. You say, come for this, come for that. I really want to thank you. Album them late that I give you back, but I give you back. Miss Marjorie. So the song I'm going to sing, it's one of my favorite, and I know you guys know it. And for both of you, you incredible Caribbean people, I'm so proud when I look at both of you to know that the stock I'm from is from this region. Thank you so very much for all the work that you have done. Ready? I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Miss Sobers, I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that's been making me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is the rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue skies. Look straight ahead, there's nothing but blue all of the bad feelings have disappeared. Yeah, yeah, here is the rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Yes, it's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Yeah, it's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution to our culture. We love you, we appreciate you, and we thank you. I'd like to be able to invite, as we move forward, the panelists for our second panel, John Andrea Hutchinson, Dr. Joseph Farquharson, and Professor Opal Adisa Palmer Adisa. I think I must be dyslexic. Yeah, I do it every single time.
You can do some talking because we would like you to come down and Mel and the Rochelle.
Oh, to take another photograph. I wonder, would perhaps we can invite our guests from the Drama Society to perform while you do that?
Sure.
Yes. You want to do it now? So we're going to ask Aunt Madge, Sir Mervyn, Mel, Is Lisa still here? Yes. Is Rachel still here?
I'm going to take a picture from this way, so if you both could, so we could get a picture with the board.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So now we have Dana Sterling from the UWI Drama Society while we do the paparazzi thing here in the front.
One girl, your favorite Hegereg. How are you going to do? You and your boogie, you got friend them think me afraid of you? Go away. Your favorite empanel is me you want for trace. Me is just the one for take me hand and let go in your face. For me hand no join church. I mean, not pay license for me mouth. Me will tell you, boy, yo. Say, yeah. Girl, nobody get me out. Me don't know what kind of church for your mouth could have joined. Your lip hang down like a when me can't make up in mine. One, me I ain't a cumble. Your foot shapeless and long. Like somebody turn far and fling them and make them hang around. Your foot favor capital K. Hope on your 2 nose old too. Them this bigger hope not like misty and outside fish bowl. Go on. You can't boil soft egg, but still you want to get ring. No man now going to marry you when you can't do a thing. It's grudgeful. Me can't cook, but me been got a good school. Me got intelligence. You illiterated fool. Me sorry for the man where you get. The poor thing other name. When you're akibosing selfish, I have wivelous in yam. Couscous by Louise Bennett-Coverley. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to invite the panelists for the next set of discussions, to join us on stage. Please. All right, good afternoon as I change hats. Ladies and gentlemen, today our second panel is on Miss Lou, her activism and her advocacy. And that's what today's symposium is really about, looking beyond the performative at the work of Louise Bennett-Coverley. And we have a phenomenal group of individuals who have done different levels of work in the research and analysis of Miss Lou's work. And I want to begin by Just a note about, a discussion I was having with some individuals the other day, and I was telling them that my grandmother and Anya's mother and a whole group of thespians of that era used to have what they used to call the lunch club. And Madge, and they used to go from home to home to home to home, and they'd have lunch or dinner or party or some social occasion. And laughing and music and Lois Kelly Miller and people, telling stories and sing along. But it occurred to me many, many years later that was the place that the advocacy happened. That's where the politics was formed. That's where the scripts were written and the music was written and the discussions were had and all the kind of fertilization of all the work that was coming out of those phenomenal women who were really bringing our voice to life. And so advocacy takes many forms. Activism takes many forms. And so I'd like to introduce our panelists today. Joan Andrea Hutchinson, herself a broadcaster of many years, herself an educator of many years, been in administration and logistics. She has worn many hats and has done the bumpy head thing, but is known for much, much more than that. And she will present first. We also have with us Dr. Joseph Farquharson of the Department of Linguistics, who himself has done phenomenal work both as an academic and taking the work of linguistics that many of us don't understand and taking it and applying it to what we would say real-life situations in ways that goes beyond the theoretical. And of course, finally we will hear from Professor Opal Palmer-Adisa. I got it right this time. Right. Palmer-Adisa. Herself a gender specialist who has done a lot of work across media and is the chair of the Louise Bennett-Coverley Festival. So we're going to start with Joan Andrea. Yes, you can. Her work.
Can I piece of clap that? Hello.
Her work is entitled Miss Lou's War Poetry.
After we eat the big lunch, you're not supposed to go on a little better than that. All right, so people, greetings. Hey, Zachary. Is Zachary, right? Yes, so he waved, yes. So I want to do, everybody all right? Yes. Yeah, first of all of us are here, we owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Lou for the work that she has done in helping us to define ourselves as members of a post-independent Jamaica. Louise Bennett, for me, was not a prescriptive writer. She never tell me how to live. She never tell society what to do with itself. She was, in fact, a descriptive writer. What she did was she held the mirror up to society for us to look at ourselves so we could examine, so we could look at ourselves and understand what our issues were. And in that, she used the vehicles of wit and humor, which operated as that proverbial spoonful of sugar, which made the medicine go down. So sometimes she's telling you something about yourself, but the way she said it, we laugh and we kiki and we carry on, but we don't understand that she's actually telling us something very serious about ourselves. So for me, Miss Lou was way much more than just comedy. Miss Lou for me was a tireless but gentle word warrior. And she went to war for the language, with the language, through the language. She didn't have any bombs, no bayonets, no knives, no warplane, no battleship. Her only weapon, the words from the brain of a brilliant lyricist wrapped in poetic devices. So Miss Lou also was a top champion and social commentator and a master of metaphor. As a descriptive writer, and a big part of her armory were the vehicles, as I said, of wit and humor, which she used, as the spoonful of sugar. Now, I have always been fascinated with Miss Lou's wartime poetry. In fact, the first time I was introduced to Miss Lou's wartime poetry was by Mervyn Martin. He wrote, when Britain went to war, the then colony of Jamaica went to war as well. Evidence of this was in such things as the rehabilitation camp at Mona, Gibraltar, right here, right which part of the upper you here, sir? Yeah? Netherford goes on to cite what he called important byproducts of the war as they affected the lives of ordinary citizens. So Miss Lou set about chronicling the psychosocial effect of the war on Jamaican people, infusing her work with war jargon served on a bed of humor. So when I look at a piece like South Parade Peddler, the higgler on the street side, throwing word at the passerby who refuses to patronize her, because you know, when they see you walking past, it's nice lady, nice man, but you don't want to buy their things, then they're going to turn around and cuss you, right? So the person is walking past, and she tells the man, you da swell like booming playing fun. You soon bust up like graph speed. So I had to do a little research on all of this. So what I mean is, in addition to sending citizens to actively participate in the war, Jamaica and the rest of the colonies were asked to contribute to a bombing plane fund. So people throw their little partner, people keep back their church collection, then take out their savings, whatever, because they were contributing to this bombing plane fund. So the bombing plane fund was spread, swelling. So if somebody tell you, say you swell like booming plane fund, you're well and swell, trust me. You're well and swell, right? Now, she tell the man, you're swell, you soon bust up like Graf Spee. What was Graf Spee? The Admiral Graf Spee was a German pocket battleship responsible for sinking enough other battleships. When the ship, the Graf Spee, was eventually sarcased and bust up, or should that be bust up, right? Bust up in, right? And unalived by 3 British cruisers, right? The Graf Spee bust up and bust up bad. So when somebody says you bust up like Graf Spee, you bust up. You're sarca and you bust up. In the same poem, you know how higglers love to fast with passers-by, right? Persona tells an obviously balding man who are finger apart things but not buying. Take your hand out of my box, put on my razor blade. You don't got no use for it because you da suffer from hair raid. You da suffer from hair raid, Miss Lou? No man, you're bad. Them be what I call fighting words, trust me. She telling the balding man that he's suffering from hair raid. Then the vendor tells another passerby, toothbrush, I beg your pardon, some may never see your mouth. Them torpedo your teeth or your female lick them out. Absolute brilliance. Absolute brilliance. Now, for me, it's hard to pick a favorite Louise Bennett poem, but one of the all-time favorites, of course, is Roast Turkey. You hear it in festival every single year, 30, 40, 50 picnic doing roast turkey, right? Gal go go wash the jester pot, catch up the fire Fred. Tell Lou to send some seasoning. Miss Marie, turkey dead. Now, when she describes the meeting between the turkey and Kate, half-starving dog, and incidentally, people, I don't understand why, but a half-starving dog is a worse insult than a starving dog. Half-starving, half-starving sounds really terrible, right? It's worse than starving. Okay, so the point is, Kate turkey and the half-starving dog buck up face to face. So, the turkey stop, the dog jaw drop, he lick him out and worky. He take a robot bomber dive and pounce down on the turkey. No, robot bomber dive. At the time, automation was not as common as it was today. So when the robot bomber was introduced, it was a big technological breakthrough, right? Robot bomber just drop, boom, on the target, and it just dirt it, just so, right? Now, in commenting on Jamaica's involvement in the war, one of her other famous poems, her poem Perplex, she wrote, "Me a dead figure war, but me can't fight without me vex." So that is the problem we Jamaicans have. We cannot fight without we vex, right? So how we gonna fight war? In Obia Win the War, right? The persona gives advice to Britain on how to guarantee victory and ensure that Hitler have to go down today, right? Poor England make bomb. After she not understand, says only little Obia can settle that demand. So you see, it would have to be Obia, right? The war had a major impact on social life, and shortages of basic food items were common. That is when the whole thing of marrying, you have to marry this and marry that. And sometimes I don't understand how the marrying go, because one time I go market and they marry onion with safety pin. How you work that out? Onion with safety pin? How? But then it's not just Jamaica, because I went to somewhere in deep rural America one time and I saw them selling like wedding dress and saw. How? Anyway, I saw people marry things when they want to sell them, right? But in wartime grocery, cornmeal and flour, they married. Salt, pork, and mackerel too. Sometimes you can't get white grain rice except you buy the brown grain too. No. Nowadays, brown grain rice is the thing, is the good thing, right? But clearly there was a time when white grain rice was the thing. But in order to get the white grain rice, your ad was to buy some of the brown grain rice. And the thing with the brown grain rice, I understand, is that them days, the smell turn up very, very high. Yeah. So, there was a time when the white rice was seen as a preferred option. Now, those who were regular patrons or friends of the grocer, they got the preferential treatment. I beg so till I can't talk. What a cross is he miss by? If you're not well used to the grocery man, you can't get milk to buy. Queasy Eye, and of course everybody has to have a name, right? So Queasy Eye, the grocer, he was either of Asian extract or probably he had a deformed eye, right? So the point is the grocer named Queasy Eye. Queasy Eye wouldn't sell me one small tin of schoolboy this morning. Schoolboy, I understand, like we talk about Dirty Girl or Tin Boom. It was a little tin that had 3 sardines or... Anybody know it? You know Schoolboy? You know Schoolboy, Mr. Morris? It was a... You see, his family was feasting on lobster and thing at the time, so they didn't know Schoolboy, right? Canned lobster and tuna, right? So, yeah, man. So the point is that Queasy Eye wouldn't sell me one small tin of Schoolboy this morning. And after that, me see Pam's servant go buy 4 big tin. Well, you see, Pam was obviously supporting the grocer, and she have servants, so she have little means. So she's friend of the grocer, so she get things. Now, another item which was missing from the shelves during the war years was detergent. Me wing them broke, me courage feel, bad breeze blow upon me hope. Me walk out of the Chinese shop and not a washing soap. As a result, we had to turn to solutions like ashes and Akipad. You know about ashes and Akipad? They wash things? Okay. Aki skin and ashes was me dirty clothes them Uncle Hope. For me here put to that tell Jane so that they make good washing soap. People still use it. Now, in 2024, as in now, we're still having battles with nation language, and some people think that the language is not good enough. So often, we mimic the language of the oppressor, and we mimic the language of those we want to impress. So the war brought a whole heap of refugees from Europe to Jamaica, and many were housed right here on the campus at, oops, me thumping down the people, their microphone, right. And many were housed right here at Gibraltar, right. So Miss Liza feels the need to impress through adopting an alien language form. Tada morning, me go ask her what she think about the war. She gave out, the war is muy malo, mi amar. Because she hears Spanish, so she imitates Spanish, yeah. This is how she greet me one day. Mañana, Coraseng, how is your grandmadre? I hope she keeping muy bang. She has speak, right? Now, at some point, to encourage participation by Jamaican men in the war, England announced benefits for the dependents of legally married men who were doing war service. Aha, so if the man married to you, you will get little money, right? This heralded a spike in on-the-spot marriages up at Camp Gibraltar, right up here. So those who couldn't afford gold wedding bands got creative and used wire or use hairpin and twist it around and make wedding ring. After all, it's not the ring that make it the marriage, right? We know that. So Pulpy and Susie go a Mona just for curiosity. She come down in a gold ring and lawful matrimony. Susie Matri must be her husband middle name cut short. But she not care about that. What sweetheart is the money part. For she sign up bands of paper and then put her name on list. And every month she go and get a check for majestic service. Then now, there was Miss Jane who rushed down up Mona, only to find that the man she was hoping to marry had just said IV wed to another girl. But luck was on our side. But one nether boy catch and them courting on the spot. The boy said sugar, Jane said plum, and I saw them tie the knot. Them never get no ring for use. Jane hairpin for the day. Jane why advance the ring so till she get her first month pay. So you see, the marriage might last, even though it's a hairpin, right? Now, with so many American men gone off to fight the war, there was a shortage of labor to work on the farms in America, right? And there started the Jamaica Farm Labor Scheme. We all know people who go up on farm work, right? Mas Joseph Tonfoot nephew, all Jane Twistmouth Uriah, Miss Tama Chikarugo son that go America. If them green like planting sucker, if them all like Taguram, them they call pan them America, them a call dear Uncle Sam. Everywhere me turn me meet up man with paper I go sign. I talk about voting ticket order up in the line. And of course, Miss Lou as an advocate for women's rights. She commented that there was a lot of unfairness. It's like the man them a get the break figure go do all kind of jobs overseas and the woman them just not getting the breaks at all. It begs me to see how the man them that get away so quick and it takes so long for them send poor woman as domestic. We girl did think say it was a war or a break we was going to get. We fix up with self, fix up with action, and all now are going to fire yet. The woman them not getting a break. Now, some people are going, but after the death of 2 Jamaicans, Miss New was now advocating for people to stay in Jamaica and stick to the evil that they know. Thank God, Master, you never go. Turn where you the master. Quiet yourself, no make no fuss, left America alone. If backrap even post ticket, come give your boy, refuse it. Better you turn home, fight for your life, than go and see go lose it. The same sinting was sweet man mouth, will make him lose him head. Me reading a newspaper what a day, 2 farm man meet them dead. So apparently 2 farm laborers, Jamaicans, lost their life. And here was she advocating now, men should stay home. Now, apart from the camp up at Gibraltar here, there was another important army base at Vernon Field in Clarendon. Now the soldier them looked very sharp in them uniform and them was very irresistible. You know, woman love man in uniform. You know the song, them girl never go for a man. Unless that was when the fire brigade first started in 49, 52, whatever. Anyway, the women now seeing all these men in the Vernon Field base now in them fancy uniforms now. The point is that them start to leave out the Jamaican man them. They're not paying the Jamaican man them no attention at all. Jamaican man out of power, though government give them raise. Them no got no girl for spend it pan, for a soldier is the craze. Plenty girl now doing soldier work. Me hear one in a tram car that call one soldier man her bit of help to win the war. And here comes an astute piece of pseudo-prescriptive, because I tell you, she's not much of a prescriptive writer, she's more a descriptive writer. But here comes a little astute piece of pseudo-prescriptive commentary, reminiscent of sailors leaving souvenirs in places like Port Royal and other towns, and even more recently, in communities that we have had the Zoso, there is an increase of soldier picnic in these Zoso areas. It gossip it true. So she said, all I was a pray for the soldier them going. But Mr. Pray me dear, for them now go away so, them are go left back a souvenir. So enough souvenir left in these places. Now, the war also affected consumerism, and Miss Lou had captured so perfectly how our tastes were impacted. So there was also another American base somewhere along the Sandy Gully stretch, and consumer goods brought in by the American soldiers filtered into the Jamaican population. So Master Joe and his wife, they could not have been happier. Me never have no clothes for me back, and everything was scarce, till Merca decided to take Jamaica, take air base. Look how me and Joe did live bad, but praise to Sandy Gully, as in getting first week pay, him do so baps and married me. Laks ma, it nice to hear him talk the Sandy Gully twang. It nice to see him dressing drapes and stroll out with him gang. We buy radio and bureau, and Christmas we buy ham. And when baby K born, Joe run go buy one big 10-pound baby pram. But since he get lay off in selling fish, and do it bleed my heart, may he give him back the pram and make him turn it in a cat. So though it seemed like all the men were getting the breaks during the war, in 1942, the Auxiliary Territorial Service, ATS, was established to recruit Jamaican women for positions in the UK. Congratulate me, Edna child. Come, Rufus, shake my hand. Me buck good foot at last, me dear, me going away to England. You read this morning paper how the ATS lady come to take enough Jamaican girl and carry overseas. But you see how the right reason why me want to go to England? I think it's time I settle down and get a good husband. And these boys here, not working so right, but those boys over there will flock these girls like how the girl them flock the soldier them over here. Now, to celebrate the end of the war, Miss Lou penned what I consider a really beautiful poem called Peace. Them boy the ball out bulletin, me can't believe me ears. War over and the world at peace, Lord, Master God be praised.
You think me heart so happy why? You think me not feel glad? This a lesson to all of we that it no pay for bad. Hitler drop bomb pan land. Him torpedo pan sea. Him go on so till sometime we feel no hope no left for we. Them baps with prayer answer and baps. Hitler get him fall. And what did sweet him wicked heart turn in a bitter gall. But of course, you know, she have to throw shade. Persona have to throw shade at some people in the community. So, two-faced Muriel, take me warning. Check your worthless deceitful ways. Fast-mouthed Edna, clip your tongue. Lion backbiting, no pay. What Japan do to Pearl Harbor? Bring destruction upon the land. Boom and kill and wound and mash up. And Kowe bad boom do to Japan. And of course, there's a little bit of prescription. She doesn't do a lot of prescriptive writing, but there's a little. She says, so, at the end of the war, she says, live good with your neighbor. That is all we must do. For is Dickens when your wickedness turn back and come upon you. And if big brains them want all the war and all the fighting over the world to cease, invent a bomb for blow away war and one will shower peace. So ladies and gentlemen, I like you will remain committed to promoting the work of the Honorable Louise Bennett-Coverley. Miss Lou was a master of her craft. And though I was just about to end, but I cannot end without doing Thank You, Miss Lou, Thank You, which is a poem I wrote years ago in tribute to Miss Lou. It just means a born Jamaican and me proud. I'm a want you to feel proud too. For walk around and big up your chest and say thanks to Miss Lou. When she did start, she never knew how it would go. And enough of people went to laugh and I call her Papi Show. But she got on strong and she stick it out because she knows that she did right. In her belly bottom, she didn't know one day they would have office the light. You see, in time trouble take we, and Miss Lou went put with good name on the map. And when that push Jamaica heritage and land, she wouldn't stop. She said, take kin teeth, keep a heart bun. When times never so sweet, good luck will come as long as foul a crotch up dongle heap. Enough of them did things that she crazy, and enough make up them face. Or Miss Lou chat this boogie yaga pat was something all over the place. Because they was thinking the Pat was bad English. They never know a poor thing. They wouldn't tell Nancy's story and folk song them wouldn't sing. But at the jackass with the long tail bag of cocoa coming down and the peeling jankro pantry top just make them heads spin wrong. And little by little, them start with back her, start with fan her flame. And say they after so much year, Miss Lou, I want household name. Now, we're not ashamed to chat with own language. I will thank you for it, Miss Lou. Them a teach it clear at university and uncle sake of you. Them a make film, them a write book, them a sing all heap of song. And I say, oh, Patois is a good language. But you won't know that all along. So now, we turn up proud to be Jamaican. And we want the whole world to hear. Miss Lou, enough thanks for Howdy and Tenky, never broke no square.
Thanking Joan Andrea Hutchinson as we welcome Dr. Joseph Farquharson, who will be presenting. Put fun and joke aside. Well, I can't read it. Funnily.
Wagwan since Miss Lou left the
Wagwan since Miss Lou left the language justice
stage. Even everybody. When you think about Miss Lou, enough people start laugh because Miss Lou just want make a laugh. You ever know a situation yet where you see Miss Lou, like you see she stand up on stage, and just to stand up, she stand up, you just want to bust out a laugh. But because of that, whole heap of people think that Miss Lou are just fun and games. Yeah? I want to take you back to the 19th century. I take me have to carry on back, way back, so we can build up and make the point from what I make. For sure you say, even if Miss Lou did have to use the fun and joke, for session Yeah. So even though we think, say, she jokify, she jokey, whole heap of serious things she said. If we go back to the 19th century, most people never really have much bad face about the Jamaican language. In fact, them just tell you, say, the language are how the black people them talk. Yeah? Or them have this little way where them talk, and them say English, but then kind of broke up the English. But you never really get nobody else say, oh, patois bad, and how it no fit talk, and I just saw black people still. I just saw them talk. By the way, a whole heap of white people used to talk patois too. So we think, say, patois a black poor people language. No, the people them up in the big house. What make? Because a black nanny grow them. And so them could talk patois too. So how this thing come in where black people think say the language where them talk bad? School. So after emancipation, after black people, couple black people, not enough, couple black people get the chance to go to school. School start teach them, say, how them talk bad. And the whole purpose for education I feel rub out all of the blackness, everything was associated with blackness. Yeah? And make them in an English people. When Miss Lou started out in the 1940s, you have to realize, say, most black people in Jamaica never have no voice. What I mean say they never have no voice? Them couldn't make the big decision them in the country what affect them. Most black people couldn't vote. Because for vote, you'd have to have land. And you would only have to have land because whole heap of ancestors them, with old people them, they'd go up in the mountain, go claim a piece of land, but then no paper for it. And if you did want to vote, you would have to have paper for sure. So you have land and that you are smaddy. In 1944, them changed the law so that everybody, once they turn big, them could have get for vote. And as so, black people get a voice. But even in them days there, when politicians can talk to people to get them vote, what language you think them talk to them in? English. So they might try get the vote, they might try represent the people them, but them not talk the language what the people them talk. Little after that, them kind of wise up, then start use the Jamaican language. But them use the Jamaican language to get the people them to vote, but when they go in a parliament, them talk. So after them get the vote, them not really care if the people them understand or not. So Miss Lou come up in that era there, where whole heap of black people not really hear them own a voice in a parliament and in the place them where the decision will affect them and make. And we hear already from Mervyn Morris, who interviewed Miss Lou, and Miss Lou say, she go up on the tram car and she hear the woman them talk and she say, hold on. So, this sound like poetry. What make we writer them now write like this? The poetry did it, and so she write it, and she put it in a gleaner. I never go through the story how it reached gleaner, because it did take her a little while for gleaner pick her up. But once gleaner pick her up, the same people them who whole heap of people did say not interested in local affairs, the same people who them did say not interested in reading and writing, them used to gather in a them community, round somebody and read gleaner to them. And what them a read? Miss Lou poem. And so them start hear themselves in a big, big important gleaner. And that's important. Miss Lou have one piece in an anti-road, she say, named Jamaica language. And that's one of the strongest piece of backative for the language what Miss Lou write. Where she say, hold on, but for we language just like any other language. English not better than it. These are the language where we ancestor them give we. And so we're not afraid to talk it. It take middle class people, I say middle class, because whole heap of lower class people who talk the language, them not really knows, them not really think it bad until them go to school. And middle class people in Jamaica, who because them afraid of where them a come from, tell lower class people say them a chat bad, because middle class people busy a try run as far as them can from where them a come from. And so what them do, you go school and them try beat it out of you. Because that a bad talk, you chat bad. And Miss Lou said, no, I feel with it. So, we just deal with the 1940s, 1950s, and we come far since then. How far we come? Whole heap of Jamaican people don't know say Jamaican language big out there. And when I say big out there, I don't just mean Tom Cruise that talk Jamaican in a movie. I don't just mean like, Hollywood that put it in, yes and so. What I mean say, people that take the language serious for a long time. So in the 1960s, the Jamaican language was one of the first language like it. Linguists call them Creole language. We get a big dictionary where big scholar write. The two men them named Frederick Cassidy and Robert LePage. French language is one of the first language to do that. And then you have one woman named Beryl Bailey, who write down the structure of the language. So all of the people them who say the thing no have no structure, and people just get up and broke up English language and say anything. She said, no, it have structure, and see the structure. We had that from 1966. You have other people come on. I see Dr. Pollard there. And she studied how Jamaican people talk about how something happening in the past. What the thing them use to mark the sentence. Say this did happen already. We have Stephanie Derliman-Thiem, who write another book on the structure of the language. We have Frederick Cassidy, who work again on the words them, where the word them come from. Where them come from Africa, and then later on then come from India, then come from China, then come from... We have people like Hubert Devenish who study tone. I don't know how much I know Chinese. I better know Chinese if I don't know what. But in a Chinese, they have this thing called tone. And the tone are the little variation in your voice. Either you carry it up or you carry it down. And you can have the same word, but if you carry it up, it means one thing, and if you carry it down, it means something else. Yeah? When me I grew up, that used to happen with the word can. That now not again. So, for me people, them could have said, it can yam? So then say, it can yam? And that means say, it can be eaten. And them say can yam. And it means it cannot be eaten. If you ever not hear the tone good, dog nyam your supper. So Hubert Devenish, the book on that. Whole heap of other people come and them do study upon the language. The Jamaican language are one of the language was still like it. What had the most things right about it. So no little pure language we are deal with. We are deal with language what have enough back it even. Not just from UE, if they not trust the people in UE. We are talking about people who have studied language from all over the world. In the 1960s and the 1970s, Jamaican music get big. And what that do, based on the example what Miss Lou said, the singer them start realize, say, them not sing in an English one. Them can sing in a for them own language. I mean, I know what happened in the early 60s. Because if you check Jamaican music before that, in the 1940s, 50s with Mentor and so on, Mentor in the Jamaican language. 60s come in, and all of a sudden, Jamaican people think, say, you have to sing in English. So, Holy Pascal in English, rock steady, English subtle, and reggae when it start out, English. But then when you go in the 1970s now, especially to when the Rasta them start coming, people start use more Jamaican music. And then what them realize, say, hold on, but that not stop people out there from listen to the music and want to hear the music. And it's true, we say, hold on. We don't have to afraid to use with one language. The language powerful. So by the time you reach dancehall in the late 70s and early 80s, it's like them dash way English. Me read something from one journalist in the Gleaner when dancehall just broke. Him said, "Cho, this not last. Give it couple weeks, give it couple months, and see we are in a 2024. The language still a go strong." In the 1980s and 1990s, Professor Cooper there, and she would know because she used to be the people them beaten stick. I don't know, you must call them name. But you have a certain set of Jamaican who used to write in a newspaper. And me used to wonder because practically the people them in a black majority country are called black people animal because of the language where them talk. One of them even say that theme dog understand language better than Jamaican people. Me no want him dopey box me. Theme, yep. That's in the 1980s and 90s. But what we never realized is that the work of Miss Lou did do, I take time, seeping, I build up self, so that Jamaican people who for a long time never have nothing, couldn't get nothing, who people tell them say them are not nobody, them could have feel like them are smaddy too. In 2001, Professor Hubert Devonish sent one document go Parliament because Parliament did set up one committee for look upon the charter rights that are the version what them did a look upon. And the charter rights, the document was say, you know, in a Jamaica people have them right here. You can't, you know, do them nothing because, you know, how them look, because of how them worship, which God them worship, and so on and so forth. And Professor Devonish said, put language in there, because whole heap of people in Jamaica, them treat them bad because of how them talk. I mean, you know people say, no sir, Jamaica. But me have one co-worker, right here, sir, Yui, who in a fear PhD, she go in a different company well, she have people call the company them. And one day them call in a English to get service, and the other day them call in a Jamaican. And she said, on the Jamaican day, she have to sit down with the actor them and boots up their confidence. What make? Because of how the customer service people handle them. She said one time, if you listen to the recording, you can work out what happened. That the customer service somebody put the phone on speaker so that our co-worker them can help, can listen and laugh after the somebody who call. Now the committee say, it did sound like a good idea, but them never think we're ready. We'd have to put whole heap of things in before we can get this all. And so them say, set up one officer Yui to help plan the whole thing. And I saw the Jamaican language unit set up. And the Jamaican language unit start work. Mr. Cassidy didn't make one writing system because you know, a whole heap of people say, oh, we can't write patois. Them a write patois and them a say they can't write patois. Them a read patois and say they can't read patois. Then just a look excuse. But Mr. Cassidy did have the system from the 1950s. And them use the same system. Fix it up a little bit, and now we call it the Cassidy JLU system. Simple system. Pitney take that up and read it in a no time. Yeah? Sometimes you not even have to teach it to them. Them take it up and read it. We have a teacher who, she work in our high school. And she come to it from time to time. She takes some story what we have, where them translate from English in a Jamaican. And she work with some Pitney who, although they're in high school, them can't too read in English. And she said she give them the book. And one of the boys them in the class who had the hardest time to read in English. Him read it off. She not teach him to read the system. She put the book in front of him and him call out the word them. You can imagine what that do for him? How him feel like smaddy? But the system before that treat him like him no nobody and like him don't. So the Jamaican language unit do a study in a 2004. Them go in a some primary school and them train the teacher them for teaching English and Jamaican. Before that, you did have enough people who think, say, if you teach Pitney in a Jamaican, it's going to make them turn down. Anybody know the word turn down? Yeah? And what you find when them do the study, the Pitney, them excited to learn. Them excited to learn. Right now, school and ministry have problem with parents. Because I just like said, enough of the parents them, no business. You know what them find in the study? When the Pitney them are learning English and are learning Jamaican side by side, the parents them start getting involved. One woman said for the first time in her life, she could have helped her Pitney with homework. Because what happened? Wholly for them, and me proved that with my father when I grew up. My father used to help me get high school education. Bright man. He might help me in a kindergarten, basic school, and then when he touched primary school now, him back off because him said the man do new maths and him not understand the new maths. So when the parents them not understand, them back off and then left it to the teacher to do. If the parents them understand what go on, then we help them Pitney. Yeah? And so me just use Pitney there and it's not bad. All right. We did a talk about, people only use Pitney when them upset. The Pitney them never turn down. In fact, some of them do better than the one them who only learn in English. And the other thing too, is that the boy picnic them, shoot off. Them get more interested. Them start learn now because them understand what going on in the classroom. Me I wrap up here now. 2012, me see the Hannah come. So in 2012, well, them start before that. Bible Society of the West Indies decide to translate the New Testament in a Jamaican. And people cuss them and say, oh, can't translate the Bible in a Jamaican. When my kid want to translate God's word in that the language there. And people start saying, oh, you're going to say Mary a breed. Bible Society no mind them. Them do the translation. And you know what that do? Because we have the New Testament in a Jamaican, the Jehovah Witness them start to use the Jamaican New Testament. And them have church where only use Jamaican. If you go on them website, them have, you can, so same way how you can choose Spanish and choose French and so, you can choose Jamaican. At them convention, them put out notice in a Jamaican. So when you start do things with the language, other things start happen. Right now, Wycliffe Caribbean translate the Old Testament in a Jamaican. Then translate Jonah, Ruth, Esther, Genesis, Exodus, Numbers. So the work are gone. I want you to notice, for enough of them things here are things what people say couldn't happen. Them did say the language can't handle it. And we do it. So what I want to ask you now, what do you want funeral language to do? Because anything you want your language to do, you can use it, do it. If you want to do physics in your language, ask the people them done science and tech. You can do it. So now we're at the next stage, last minute. I'm wanting to think about the work that Miss Lou do. I wanting to think about it as the end, but as something what she start. And we have to think about how we are going to carry it on. Not how we are going to finish it, how we are going to carry it on. In the age where they might use AI, in the age when you have sit in your house where you can talk to it and it will talk back to you. In the age when you go to an ATM machine and the ATM machine can talk to you. How we are going to get the ATM machine for talking a Jamaican? And we in another room here, and other Jamaican have to do that. English people do that for them language. French people do that for them language. And we have to do it with Fiwi language. If we want honor Miss Lou and the work what she put in, we have to continue build up the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. Just a little piece of trivia as we're talking about Miss Lou and her advocacy. One of the things that Miss Lou did as an advocate is that she was recruited by Norman Manley to become a part of a team that went around the island to help Jamaicans learn about themselves, their grounding Jamaican identity. And it was a program called Jamaica Welfare. And it was a very important program because it was leading up to the whole process of 1938. But I found out two things that were really quite interesting that I'm not sure that many people know. Stuart Hall's father was the accountant at the United Fruit Company, which was the sponsor of Jamaica Welfare. And Norman Gervin's father was the administrator of Jamaica Welfare. Did we know this? Or am I the only person who didn't know that? I just think it's it's interesting that, you know, these academics, these thinkers were all kind of involved, connected in some sort of way to this process of development and advocacy, because that's what we're talking about today. So our final presenter today, I hope you're all kind of putting together your questions and your comments so we can have a little discussion afterwards. Our final presenter today is Professor Opal Palmer Adisa, and I need a clap for that. The voice of the people, Louise Bennett, a banging the culture.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank you all for being here, and we had a lovely session this morning with the students. I am looking at mostly, primarily, Miss Lou's Auntie Roche, and I just want to give a little background in terms of my approach, and then I want to read an excerpt from two of the pieces that I'm really going to be looking at. Bad manners, and you know, Jamaica is one of the few places that said headboard and foot back and all kinds of terms we have that nobody else have, you know, and I didn't even know these terms were unique until I would say them in the US and people would say, your foot bottom, or, you know, just the kinds of things we say, our head, all of that. And so people in Jamaica know what bad manners is, right? You know what bad manners is? All right. Who is Miss Lou, or rather, who is the person behind Miss Lou, or rather, who are the personas behind Louise Bennett? For many Jamaicans, Miss Lou still remains as a flat, one-dimensional, jovial person whose work is believed or is intended to produce humor and is often interpreted as brash. However, this limited perception of Louise Bennett's work, perhaps an unconscious bias, as she showcases the speech, rhythm, and focus of everyday Jamaican, who is often overlooked or looked down upon and jeered as ignorant, uneducated, and therefore devoid of serious and complex thoughts and feelings. This prejudice and misinformed view has impacted the reading and interpretation of Louise Bennett's work, which is richly complex, nuanced, with subtle yet sometimes glaring ironies and innuendos. Despite Mervyn Morris's cogent essay on reading Miss Lou seriously, written for the festival competition in 1963, then first published in the Gleaner in 4 stages in 1964, many persons are still not reading nor performing Bennett work that exposes its clever uses of language, its double entendre, and its often twisted and unclear messaging, which often both praises as well as criticizes the persona. I'm of the opinion that Bennett's style was a conscious choice that allowed her to function as advocate and social commentary. Yet Bennett's poetry is still relegated by us to the category of dialect poetry, while William Shakespeare, who wrote in the English dialect, has been canonized, considered a classic, and his work are still considered mandatory reading for students, despite valorizing suicide and killing oneself for love or lust of love. But I should not detract and return to my thesis of Louise Bennett as an advocate and social commentator and use 2 pieces from her radio program, Miss Lou's View, that introduces the public to Auntie Roche's Say. But first, it begs the question, who is an advocate? What is the role of an advocate? And how does Miss Lou and her work fit into this role? The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines an advocate as both a noun and a verb, one who defends or maintains a cause or proposal, one who supports or promotes the interests of a cause or group, and one who pleads the cause of another. Louise Bennett's poetry, as well as her large body of work, are replete with advocacy combined with social commentary, and these elements are very evident in her Auntie Roche Say, introduced first in 1965 as Louise Bennett radio monologues under the title Miss Lou's View. However, before analyzing two of these views, allow me to interrogate the character Auntie Rochi and why Miss Lou felt the need to create such a character who never speaks directly. I don't know if you're all aware of that. Her thoughts are always relayed via Miss Lou. Ostensibly, Auntie Rochi is hearsay. It is logical to say that Auntie Rochi is Bennett's alter ego, her second or different version of herself, and given the vocal antagonism of the Jamaican language and the lack of empathy for working class Jamaicans, Bennett, who had throughout her career been largely dismissed and dissed by the academic and middle class, must have felt the need for an armor, even a penetrable one, as Auntie Rochi, who served as a broker through which to funnel her message or moral imperatives. For as Mervyn Morris says in the introduction of this title, more explicitly than in poems, Louise Bennett is a committed moral teacher, determined to instruct through delight. Who is Louise Bennett and Auntie Rochi teaching? What can a roach teaches us? There is no separating Auntie Rochi from a roach forever present, difficult to eliminate regardless of one's cleanliness, seemingly always present or appearing when least expected. Immediately, Bennett positions Auntie Rochi as an authority. Auntie Rochi say. The designator, Auntie, places her as a big, mature woman worthy of respect. She is all of us, Auntie. Her words are important and they're laced with wisdom. They have a message you need to listen. This is the unspoken narrative behind the designation. And while Auntie Rochi cannot fully protect Louise Bennett from social chastisement, she does act as a buffer, and Bennett can readily disclaim, is no Misseso, is Auntie Rochi, allowing Bennett just a little space and breathing room to speak freely, an important social as well as literary strategy. In a sense, by creating Auntie Rochi, Bennett becomes a ventriloquist, mastering the stagecraft of making it appear as if someone else is speaking. Therefore, Bennett's Auntie Rochi allowed Louise Bennett to perform dual role of observer and commentator, advocate and teacher. Fittingly, all of these views begin with a proverb, which was the common mode of teaching and imparting values and knowledge. Proverbs were meant to have persons think about and reflect on the multiple meanings of their actions and its impact and ramification. They also served as cautionary warning for one to stop and think. In the two views that I'll be sharing, Bad-Minded and the Wife-Beating Bill, reveals Louise Bennett with her co-partner, Auntie Rochi's agenda to impart knowledge, but also to expose unwelcome behavior. Listen up, Bad-Minded. And I have to put on my glasses because my eye, them not what them used to be. Yeah, them dark. Shake up and order. Shake up on her out of order behavior. Listen up. You notice how many people in a Jamaica, they kind of take unmeasurable to make them signal tune and signpost through life and mash up the reputation of our pretty little tourist attraction island. Laks, missus. We got enough people who think that them say please and thank you, take something off of them and make them inferior to whoever somebody them thanksing or pleasing. So in this piece, Louise Bennett is really talking about common basic manners, which, you know, as a child, I remember my mother scolding my sister and I because supposedly a neighbor said we passed them without saying good morning. There was a time when you didn't pass anybody without good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And so in this piece, Louise Bennett is reminding us how important those things are and saying there's a lot of bad manners going on because somehow to say these decent things, to reach out to our neighbor or to reach out to a stranger with a greeting is somehow making us think that, you know, it's below us. And if you see them, some kind of somebody there got away with a ball out everybody name by them first name, whether them is them friend or not, because for them fool ways of thinking, if them say Mr. or Miss to anybody, it make the somebody better than them. Stupid jackass reasoning, Chuck. And here again, this is something that I see, this kind of bad-mindedness, where as a class issue, we don't mind saying Mr. or Miss to somebody who we deem to be middle or upper class, but we won't say Mr. or Sir or Miss to the guard who is letting us in, or the custodian who is cleaning up after us, right? So Louise Bennett, in this way, is an advocate, not just for manners, but for us to recognize the way in which we divide and separate people based on class, you know, with our jackass notion that we're better than them. I'm not going to read all of that, all of it. Well, poor Cutie was so frightened and ashamed that she said, "You should have come in here. I don't want anything today." Who tell her figure says so? Poopa, shake up, start, make up all heap of noise in the people in office, and a ball out on the top of her voice say, "You belly must have full today, make you can less count me." So this is a situation where this woman goes to the office and we see it. You know, when I go to get my hair done or my nails done, people come in and they're always selling things. And so this is the situation with Shake Up. She called her Shake Up because Shake Up would go to the office. And so this one time, Cutie was there and in meeting with the boss, and Shake Up goes in and calls Cutie to lose her work. The whole of uno belly must have full, but when uno hungry and broke, and for me things uno ready for trust. She go on so bad that one of the fellow just march her through the door and caution her never to set foot in that office again. So she come and I complain and I look sympathy from me Auntie Rochi. But Auntie Rochi just tell her, say, "You don't got nobody to blame but yourself, Shake Up. When man take him chair back, make fire stick, if him try to lean back, him gon' feel ground lick." Aye, aye, aye. So this is the way in all of these Miss Lou's views, and Auntie Rochi say, Louise Bennett uses our proverbs as way to teach us about the lesson as she does in this piece. And then this is a piece that I've written about before and which I really like, particularly because it is still relevant today and it deals with the gender issue. Now in 2022, July 22, we passed the sexual harassment bill, and part of what the sexual harassment bill is looking at is inappropriate sexual conduct, but it's also looking at, we've been also looking at the gender-based violence. Right? And this is about an incident that happened in 1971. A man in the street canvassing opinions on the white beefing assessment bill. There was, in fact, no such bill that was being passed. It was a April Fool's joke, so to speak. But what Miss Lou found interesting was the way in which the Jamaican people were responding to it. "Ah, my child, you did know, say that is a tomfool day prank him was playing pon them? Yes, me dear. Now ask if that was a great tomfool day's prank. I laugh so till water come on me eye when man in the street catch everybody, including me Auntie Rochi. Not one somebody did realize say that his fool him was a fool them. When man in the street asks the people them on the street if them think that the new wife-beating assessment bill should imprison a person sentence, should impose a prison sentence and not less than 12 months upon the wife-beating man them, all of the woman them Allah. Yes, for man too like beat up woman, and wife beating is too prevalent in Jamaica. Wife beating is too prevalent in Jamaica. This was aired in 1971. Now we are in 2024, and what we've seen in the last 5 years or more is an increase not only in wife beating, but in a really hideous kind of gender-based violence that is happening all over Jamaica. And it's interesting to really analyze this piece because of the various views that are demonstrated in it. So Auntie Rochi holla, prison them, yes, lock up them, advantage, take of them. Laksa, the sin thing sweet me for see how them take it serious, you see? Why I? So when man in the street asked if them think that the proposed wife beating bill will cut down on the offense of wife beating, one man said that him don't approve of that bill at all, at all. It is barbaric, and there is no necessity to pass such a law. People should find another means of dealing with such matter. We still have not found such means. Auntie Rochi holla, find other means? No, if them jail one or two or uno, plenty will stop woman maltreatment. For the most of the wife beating man is coward, and them only tackle who them think weaker than them. Aho, duppy know who fi frighten. Fowl run from hawk, but nyam cockroach. So jail demand them, for jail stronger than them. So, you know, as we've seen and heard from my other two esteemed panelists, Louise Bennett's work, whether it's her poetry or her narratives, really looked at a very broad range of different aspects of Jamaican culture that we needed to analyze and to fix. And she gives in these pieces voices to many different people. So I encourage you to go back and look at Auntie Rochi Say. And just like this morning when I was talking to students and students were saying how relevant her poems still are, Auntie Rochi Say is still relevant today. And that is a sign of Louise Bennett's indelible mark on our culture, her prophetic vision, because in many ways I think she was prophetic, and that her work is still salient and remarkable today as it was 50 years ago. So thank you all, and I really, really encourage you. Every household in Jamaica should have a Miss Lou's book, and I want to plug the 100 Voices for Miss Lou, one of the newest collections of essays, poems, and tributes that look at Miss Lou from many different angles.
Thanking all the panelists for their contributions today, very, very important as we look at the advocacy and activism of Louise Bennett-Coverley. Now, I know we've had a long day, but we still have the lecture this evening that I am hoping people will stay for. I've been in touch with Delia. As we know, Delia is a woman who works from dusk till dawn and back again. And she's in traffic trying to make her way up. She was on air this evening, and so we're going to, we hope she will get here presently. But as we know, as a creative, you have to do what you must. Right. But we do have more to come. I want us to, before we close this session, to find out if there are any questions or comments or discussions. I have two questions for the panelists that I'd like to explore with them or with you in the audience. I'm reminding, saying good evening to those of you who are on PBCJ. We're still going live with PBCJ and saying hello to, saying thank you to the crew who have been with us since 7:30 this morning, setting up and moving things through. So I just want to take a minute to say that the yeoman service gentlemen and ladies, and yes, please give them a hand. Production work is not easy work, and you see people kind of at it, and you don't realize what they have to do. So again, I'm saying thanks to the PBCJ people. Do we have any questions or comments? Zachary? We're going to put you to work. You're going to move the mic. Come here, please, young man. It's great to have teenage nephews. Take the mic and you're going to give it to the person who needs it. And you're going to walk it around the room.
Thank you. Should I say?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm here listening to the panelists, all of whom I've listened to before, you know. But I am, again, just awed by Miss Lou. And I know a lot of her poetry by heart. I've done quite a few of them growing up, and also a lot of Joan Andrea's poems too. And I'm just thinking how Miss Lou will forever be relevant. She's just one of those individuals who will always be relevant because she was just so before her time, one could argue. Or you could just say that the more things changes, the more they remain the same. Because some of these issues, and I hear Dr. Opal Palmer here mentioning, you know, gender-based violence, that's what we're calling it now, and so on. Them call it wife beating, them time there, and so on. And we're seeing some of these issues coming back, gaining traction in different ways and on different stages and so on. And yet we can draw for Miss Lou again, even as these different issues come up. I'm almost sure we could find a poem on climate change from Miss Lou if we looked. I'm almost sure we could find something because she just touched on almost all areas. Because as Joan Andrea said, she just held up a mirror and it was what was happening and she was putting that forward. But it also occurred to me as I listened that Miss Lou can teach history or teaches history, let me say that. And I'm listening for, as I listen to you, the different ways how Miss Lou can be incorporated into practice. This is the academy, of course, and we revere her here, but there's so many ways that she can be incorporated into practice. So I straddle many different, things, and teaching is one of them, teaching history. And I'm listening to all of what was said, some of those poems I knew, but it never occurred to me that I could use Miss Lou to teach World War II. And I'm saying, okay, so that's going into my arsenal right now. Yes, that's another teaching tool that I'm taking. I'm going to be using Miss Lou to teach World War II. And so that will come home to the students a little bit more because, you know, that's not their reality for the most part, they think. And so I'm just listening and taking out, you know, those different parts. I'm sure other people are taking different things out, but I'm taking out those different parts, and I'm seeing how Miss Lou will always be relevant. She's like a Marcus Garvey kind of thing. Yes.
Right. Before you respond, Tanya, I just want to say, you know, my concept of Miss Lou, I've always felt Miss Lou is akin to a journalist. What she does is she chronicles the society for itself, freezes it. It's like when you take embryos and put them in a test tube and you freeze them. And you can pull them out 20 years later and they're still good eggs which can produce a life. Yeah? It's the same thing. Miss Lou chronicled us for ourselves, documented us for ourselves, and we can always pick them up, whenever time, and look at them again. Yeah, and it's always going to be relevant.
Very good. Yes. I found the discussion very inspiring, educational, and thought-provoking. Many years ago, I wrote this poem, If Miss Lou was Prime Minister and Auntie Rocha was VP. I am going to pose this question to the panelists. If Miss Lou was Prime Minister and Auntie Rocha was VP, what are the top 3 policies that were put in place right now in the 21st century?
Well, certainly one of the first things she would do, I think, would be to revise the educational system, because her agenda for Ringding was that for the children to know and learn about themselves, and that is still not happening in Jamaica. So that's certainly one of the first things I think she would do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just speaking on Patois as a dialect and a language pertaining to Jamaica itself. Me personally, I've lived here for 10 years in April. I've grew up around Patois as a language. I've grew up around it. I've learned how to speak it as that's how I speak mostly. Of course, I can switch it up anytime I want, but I use Patois in my daily life. But I just have a question based on the language. Do you think it matters whether a Jamaican person or, for example, someone from America or someone from England, do you think it matters if they talk in Patois or they use Patois as a language, or do you think that it is perfectly fine and anyone can use it as a language?
Well, I would say anyone can use it, just like how anyone can speak Spanish or French.
Yeah, Prof, I think, gave the answer. We are at that point in our history where we are coming into our own, understanding ourselves and what we have. We still get the giggles, when, somebody who doesn't look like us speaks the language. It's because of the newness. We have spent generations hearing that this thing isn't good and nobody wants to speak it. But we are getting to that point where we are becoming more accustomed to the concept that it is a language, it's good enough, and there are other people out there who want it. And so we'll be hearing more and more people. There are reggae singers in Uganda, Zimbabwe, Germany, the Netherlands, Japan, etc. Some of them, Nigeria, Ghana, some of them have never set foot in Jamaica. And if you hear them sing, you couldn't tell them different from a Jamaican. If we nurture it, just like English people nurtured their language. So we can't just sit down. What we have is the raw mineral, yeah? And we now need to excavate it. We also need to train, because we don't want to have the mineral and then have to invite people from outside to come and excavate it for us, because we know what happens when, yes. So we need to be ready to excavate and produce it and export so that we can benefit. So I think it is everybody's language. It belongs to us, but when it gets to the point where it's everybody's language, it opens up opportunities for other Jamaicans. Because as people want to learn, we have to teach. As people want to hear, we have to speak. We have to create the materials and so on. So I'd say it's everybody's language, but the primary owners must understand how they can tap into that ownership.
Okay, I just want to thank all of the panelists for exceptional and eye-opening presentations. Joseph, I cannot stress enough how enlightening it was when you said that when teachers teach in Patois, the boys do exponentially better. How has this not been raised before? I don't want to, but how is it, maybe I'm out of the loop, I confess, I'm not a teacher, but I just want to stress how amazing it is that we have something right in the palm of our hands that we can use to curb a lot of issues that we're seeing in our schools and with our boys. And I want to even highlight the fact that I'm sure that there is a correlation. I don't have a study to prove it, but I'm sure that there's a correlation between the boys being a lot more confident in their academic performance and with their social behaviors in schools, which we have seen just become violently disruptive, especially since we've moved these children back into face-to-face classes. So I just think that there's so much, how do you say, wealth in teaching patois, or using, or no, not teaching patois, teaching in patois. And I just loved how Dr. Adisa's presentation and focus on anti-rochise and the wife beating bill. I see the two things as like patois is both what she used to raise this issue, and it's also the solution to the problem. Because when you have empowered young men, they're not going to beat their wives. They'll be too self-assured and too confident to exert that sense of dominance over their domestic partners. And I mean, we have to inculcate that sense of self-worth in them from them young and in school, so that by the time they grow up and take up a woman in them house, they're not using this woman as a source of trying to feel like a man in disruptive ways.
Right, thanks. Okay. Let me see if I can tell my favorite story in 30 seconds. Well over 10 years ago, a friend of mine who is a teacher invited me to observe her class in Chapelton. In the morning, there was this little boy who got into a fight, and she gave him timeout, which was the first time I was learning that we have timeout in Jamaican primary school. So she put him in a corner to sit, and was by himself during break. And after they came in after lunch, she had maths problems on the board. Whole class was supposed to do the problems. And he just sat there. She repeated the instructions orally in English, and he just sat there. So I went over to him and I said, okay, let us do them together. How much is 5 plus 10? 13. He's guessing wildly. So I did two things. I changed the language and I contextualized the stuff for him. I said to him, you have 5 mango, your friend and give you 10 more mango. How much mango you got? 15. He got every single one right. And I cannot forget the look in his eyes when he realized that he was understanding, he knew the answers, that he wasn't done, sir. Now he has been made to feel that he is slow, so they're going to put him in remedial class, they're going to... Nothing wrong with him. Nothing wrong with it. So I'll tell you why. Because this is a secret. I'm saying it on national TV. The National Standards Curriculum, which was approved and implemented in 2018. So this is what children from grades 1 to 9 are currently experiencing. Makes allowance for bilingual education. So one of the attainment targets says that children should be able to read and write in both languages, in Jamaican and English. What you need to do is to ask the Ministry of Education, why is it that they are not properly implementing their own policy? And why is it that teachers have not been prepared to properly implement their own policy? You know what? The curriculum was done by outside people. Outside people who read the research and built the curriculum based on that academic research. Yeah. So it's there. It's there. What we need to do is to ask the government, why aren't we taking the necessary steps to have this done?
And I want to bring the discussion into the 21st century. Well, not that it hadn't been here, but we asked the young people earlier today about the correlation between Miss Lou's work and the dance hall space. And I want to kind of switch it up a little and to say that there are a number of people who have been identified as folk heroes. And I'll let you know what I mean by folk heroes. Somebody who has stood in defense of Jamaican people. Somebody who has made their own voice heard in defense of Jamaican people. And there are people who have been identified as such. So even people like, and they don't necessarily all have to be kind of fairy tale individuals. People like Renato Adams is a Jamaican folk hero, yes? People like, there was a nurse, Joan Andrea Hutchinson is a folk hero who has stood in defense of Jamaican people. There was a nurse, she was the head of the nursing, Edith Allwood Anderson, who is a folk hero just because she raised her voice, yes? So Miss Lou, I would identify as a folk hero. She's not been named a national hero, but she's certainly a folk hero. Vybz Kartel is a folk hero. I must tell you, amongst a generation that many of us may not understand. But I can tell you, certainly, see the generation clapping up there, right, is a folk hero. Miss Lou as folk hero, Vybz Kartel as folk hero. Discuss.
Okay, I will. Sure.
But Marjorie Wiley was very kind enough to come so we could honor her. And I would just like us to honor her again as she makes her exit, you know, by just acknowledging her.
Right. I just want to weigh in on that question posed by Deborah. My mother tells me all the time, well, she's no longer alive, but my mother tells me all the time that I mustn't be so quick to jump up and trot out my age in public, but I'm one of those Jamaican women who I'm quite proud. I'm 61 and I'm fine. But I'm 61, but I accept that this is not my time. And so each time my generation says, oh, but in our day we didn't, and in our day, this is not in our day. This is 2024. So whether we accept him, I remember when Buju Banton started, started becoming famous. I was with a group of singers one night, and they said, but that's not singing, that's not music. Okay, that's what our generation does. We try to think, young people are so horrible and everything about them is so wrong. And no, young people are bright and creative and wonderful, and we need to accept that there are changes. Remember that when we were their age, our parents had issue with the way we dressed, the way we wore our hair, the length of our skirts. That's right, our parents and our parents' parents had problems with them as well. So each generation, when I was at St. Andrew High School, our teachers thought that my batch was the worst ever. We would never come out to anything. In fact, I tell people all the time, I was asked to leave St. Andrew High School in lower sixth. But I was invited back 1 year later as their graduation speaker, and I've been back several times as graduation speaker. So what I'm saying is, each generation thinks that the generation that is coming after it is horrible and bad. And guess what? You see these young people here now? When they have children, they're going to think their children are, oh my God, what are you doing? It's just the generational thing. But we just have to accept it, that it's different. It's different. Yeah. And we have to meet them on the bridge. We have to meet them on the bridge and stop demanding that they come over only to our side. We have to meet them on the bridge. Because let me tell you something. I'm not necessarily a Vybz Kartel fan. I don't know most of his music. But some of the ones that I've heard, he is a brilliant lyricist. He is a brilliant lyricist, And so, close off other aspects of it. But the point is, he is a brilliant lyricist. We can't knock him for that.
This is a highly political question. So what I'll say, I'll try to provide a political answer by saying that gaps generally get filled. Yes? Gaps. Yes. So, if it is that the generation before does not like how the gap has been filled, they need to answer, how did the gap arise? That's all I have to say.
And remember that our parents' generation hated Bob Marley. You remember Bob Marley was revered overseas and not revered here. Miss Lou was revered. Okay, when I wore my bumpy head gal hairstyle on TV and people called, it's interesting, I just started working at PBCJ and they pulled out that video from 28 years ago, which I've never seen, of that night when I'm on television with my bumpy head and the people are calling and saying, oh, take that dirty bumpy head gal off the TV. What kind of Rasta gal that on the TV? 28 years ago, and look at how things have changed now. So when I see everybody with their natural hair now, hey, 28 years ago we couldn't do that. You know, so the point is our generation needs to accept, yeah, there is a Vibes Cartel. Whether we like him or not, he is a folk hero. And when our children have children, they're going to have problem with their children too in terms of what is that you're doing, what is that you're embracing. I just saw it go life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are there any other questions, comments, issues? No? All right. Well, we're going to close off this this segment with a performance. Again, we're waiting for Delia, who we have the film. We have a film that we're going to show as we await Delia's arrival. I want to thank our panelists who have given us much food for thought as we make our way through this process. Joan, Joseph, Opal. Wonderful, wonderful sharings. Thank you very much. Over to you. No, ma'am.
Check. Good afternoon. I know evening yet, I know 6 o'clock. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say thanks to Professor Palmer Adisa. Everybody I get it wrong, we make sure I get it right. And Dr. Hickling for inviting me and the University of the West Indies to come celebrate a piece of the history. You know, me can't talk about our person now because Miss Lou fight one big battle for me. Or else, because here we go like a school and we get like the English and thing, and when time comes we do it and all of that. But me most comfortable at chat patois. I grew up in and everything, you know what I mean? So, thanks to Miss Lou for putting all of the groundwork there. So that's me can die so today. I want to tell you one story. One time, black people did their one place, Africa, I relax, I chill, I do their own thing. And some people are exploring and look for something. And them find we. Them buck up on we and them say, them discover we and we never last. We never last. So them find we and the first thing them do, I take we from down Africa. Can we cross the ocean, this big body of water, and drop we off on an island, them call it Jamaica, and at this so the history start. Big brother, me see a strange looking creature, blue eye, pale face, we call him Massa, whipping him hand, branding iron herd like a chattel slave in a shackle. Them whip we, till we back, tell we till the ground for nothing. One time this African rise him hand, back from us, catch them hands, band them hands, bend him over the plank, correction. Him bout forget the rod. Him wife and child a look him out a look him just get knocked. That is how them break the book. Hope this help you understand why Rastaman burn Babylon? Burn these bridges and breaking down these walls of Babylon. Hey, burn these bridges and breaking down these walls. Walls are breaking down these walls. Walls, these walls. Walls are breaking down these walls. Walls. Hey, hold on. Let me tell you what go on. Yeah? It's like, all right then. So, on the plantation, we are plan to take a stand. This is slavery modern. Need a fresh rebellion. Watch out for the Judas, the bootlicker, the informer, the false prophet we are hanging around the bonfire. He might carry the news, go whisper back to Bakramasa. Watch ya. Make we get back to the conversation here. Remember when them raid the place, invade with space, replace with culture, rape with wife, rape with mind, rape with son and daughter, take with picnic, make them beat alligator supper. So burn these bridges and breaking down these walls of Babylon. Hey, burn these bridges and breaking down these walls. Walls are breaking down these walls. Walls. These walls. Walls are breaking down these walls. Walls. Hey. You know how hard them try for blind way? Thief the scrolls and change the story. And try erase with history and wipe it from with memory. Now them afraid away. Them afraid away. Afraid we are going to do the same thing with them do to we. And now them afraid away. Them afraid away. Afraid we are going to do the same thing with them do to we. Now them afraid away. Them afraid away. Afraid we are going to do the same thing with them do to we. Yeah, man. Yes. Yeah, so Miss Lou fight, and she never only fight for Patois. If you look at all of what she do, really the culture she did a fight for. Just so you can feel comfortable in your black skin, just so you can walk up and down with your natural hair and say, all right, so him never come in here and press it out and look like an Indian, but him here still pretty though. So your skin light and your skin dark, mine too, yeah. You know what I mean? But we are people, we are human beings. Me now go look upon her and call her ugly and then look upon you and call you beautiful. That's how you used to go back then. Yeah, back then, you're black, you have to at the back of the class, man, you have to out a door. If you get figure at school. You know what I mean? But we come far and with that one part, you know, and we still look back on how they used to deal with it. And one of the sensitive topics in our society is homosexuality. And the homophobia that exists in Jamaica, and a lot of people don't know the full history, right? We're not going to touch upon it, just bring it up because of the next poem I'm going to do. Because not much really change when it comes to certain things. Chain up in the courtyard, lash off, lash off, lash off. Let the whip a crack and it a crack louder. Cross for me back, you whip a slap and is a black toucher. All these eyes in a harrow, them a watch. You flick your whip, you peel the skin, me pride peel thin. Watch the curtain, I move smart, it peep through. Hey, massa, best believe me see you. You rape me mother and me sister. Me father bone, gag and him a watch, what a disaster. And if I never daydream, I would a nightmare. Have you wonder what did go down in a Times Square? You take me, I me take your life without fear. You take me, I me take your life. You want to pillage and peel for the village and no siege or sealer. Self-defense, not promote no violence. We are no weak fence neither. Nah, hide behind no fear, no silence. Can't escape this your judgment, not a chance. Give them a piece of Africa, revenge is serve cool. Take away freedom, watch them hater grow tenfold. Bakramasa for your hater grow tenfold. Watch your house slave hater grow tenfold. Hey, nothing no change, nothing no change. Shackles off our we feet, now with the pan we brain. Hey, nothing no change, nothing no change. Shackles off our we feet, now with the pan we brain. Hey, nothing no change, but something fi change. La, nothing no change, something fi change. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to come through and share some of my work. You can find me on like YouTube, in course with the poet. And can I do poem in English too, you know, spoken word pieces and all of that, you know. When me leave out, because what happened? Me leave work this morning, and when me leave out for come here, me realize that me not take up none of my books. Then me have 2 anthologies of poetry where me publish. I me never take up none. My apologies. Yeah, understand, but it was a pleasure, all right?
Check? Yes. We are going to show a film now produced by Professor Opal Palmer Adisa. Yes. Ring ding, clap yourself, about the ring ding movement. And we're going to do that right away.
Jamaica's independence. On August 6, 1963, the first anniversary of Jamaica's independence, the Jamaica broadcast said we had to move our culture to the center, providing outlets for our children to see and value themselves. It was in this environment that the Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, JBC, decided to create a program for the Jamaican child that they entitled Ring Day. It aired every Saturday afternoon from 1970 to 1981. Louise Bennett, a popular comedian, actress, and folklorist at the time, was the presenter for the program. Miss Lou created the content and wrote most of the songs for the show that incorporated Jamaican folk culture, proverbs, riddles, and Anansi stories. Ring Ding unleashed and ushered in a new era that showcased and promoted Jamaican culture. It can be said to be one of the cornerstones in the building of the dominant brand Jamaica, recognized and celebrated globally. This short introductory film on Ring Ding is a brief tease about a larger story. Miss Lou's Ring Ding was an important start to capturing the hearts and imagination of our children.
As if it were yesterday, being on Ring. The year was 1979. It was the International Year of the Child, and I was working with a women's group who wanted the maternity leave law to be passed in honor of the Year of the Child. And so we thought that children should understand what this meant. Where else would be a better place to go than Ring Day? And we asked Miss Lou if we could come to Ring Day to talk about why the maternity leave law is important. And she said yes!
My telephone rang one morning, and let me say, Marjorie? I said, I needed to come down to JVC. We're doing a thing. It was just a few children. And then it grew, and it grew. The audience grew, the adult audience grew. All over the island, people who had a TV suddenly met their neighbors for the first time, and it just grew.
So I was on Ringding when I was 3 years old, which is many, many, many years ago. It's funny the things you remember when you think about something like Ringding. I remember crossing the road to the studio with my mom, because my mom and I appeared on Ringding together. I remember Miss Lou asking me a question, and this is primarily the only memory I have of Ringding, but she asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" And I said with my 3-year-old self, "Daddy gone!"
It was a very unique program that was on television with Jamaican children showcasing their talent and their energy and their vivaciousness. And of course it was hosted by none other than Louise Bennett.
Who knows that Nancy story? I do. And then she said, "Bruh, I think I know you from somewhere." She said, "No, sir, you never see me yet." And then she said, "Anyways, I come here for Crystal."
So we went on Ringding about early 70s, we being Excelsior Primary. We did a Roberta Flack song, Killing Me Softly. Faye Rogers Jenkins played keyboard for us. And Marjorie Wiley, who usually plays the keyboards, jumped over and did drums. That kind of stuck with me, showed the versatility.
It grew from there. The audience of children grew. Some of the parents would come and sit at the back of the studio.
So Wycliffe Bennett, no relationship that we know, whom I had the pleasure of interviewing several times, and one of those times was specifically about Ringding. And Barry Johnson, whose name we say with reverence, he said to Wycliffe Bennett, up in Portland where I'm from, there is a storytelling encounter we have that we call Ringding. So it was already in the culture, and Barry said, I can create a version of it for television.
So Ringding was one of my first entries into just stage and theater and performing art, and certainly set the stage for me to really move into artistic expression and performing art, and will always be grateful.
The fact that Ringding was available as a program with kids was something that was obviously quite novel. We feature kids who get featured on the They came prepared. They came prepared to perform. And Ringding gave them that outlet to perform.
Ringding is gone, but not forgotten. I will forever remember that experience. It stands out in my memory. And I'm sure it does for many, many, many Jamaicans.
Miss Lou's body of work is something that inspires generations still, or inspires persons still, and will continue to inspire many Jamaicans in the years to come. Of course, things will evolve. There will be new persons on the stage, new actors, new orators who will come to Jamaican stage and carry the work further. But her legacy will live on.
She would have been part of that transformation of allowing us to see ourselves on stage and allowing us to see ourselves on television on a Saturday morning. The biggest listenership. Just imagine what that would have meant in the 1950s whatever it was leading up to 1980-81, because that was the last time that ringing appeared.
Thank you for joining us as we explore part of the story, which is a bigger story. We hope we can gather again soon to explore and celebrate the unique and empowering legacy of Ring Day.
babies here? Anybody here who ever went to Ringding? I was a Ringding baby. I was a JBC baby. Both of my parents worked at JBC, and I used to go to Ringding almost every Saturday morning. And it was Ringding that turned me on to television. But can I tell you the thing that was most exciting for me for Ringding? There was a floor manager by the name of Cora Ricketts. Any TV person, all of you TV people here, if you never hear of Cora Ricketts, go ask again, right? Cora Ricketts was a floor manager, and she was one of the, maybe the first female floor managers, and she was fierce. Miss Cora was super fierce, and she was one of the people who, when I saw her at work and I saw her in charge of the entire studio floor, I knew that it was television that I wanted to spend the rest of my life in. Ringding has been catalytic for many, many, many people. There were hundreds of students who came through that studio, at JBC studio, that iconic JBC studio. Now, we are small in numbers and diminishing. I see you taking up your bag and I open. Because we still have, you know, the piece de resistance to come in Delia Harris, who is going to deliver the lecture. But it's fine. She will have a strong TV audience, thanks to PBCJ, who have been with us since early this morning. Just to kind of recap, this morning we had about maybe 200 students, 150 students from schools all across the Kingston, and St. Jago was here, so St. Catherine as well. And they performed, and they were involved in discussions, and you know, it was really an exciting couple of hours when you saw the young people engaging. We hear so many negative things about our young people, and we say so many negative things about our young people, and we talk. You know, we think so many negative things about our young people, but these young people today, they really kind of give you pimples and make it clear that, you know, the future is absolutely bright. So Delia is making her way. As we know, as I said, Delia is a woman who has many pots on fire, and she would have left studio in order to make it here for closer to 6 o'clock, so we're still waiting for her. So it's just a few of us, and I don't want to lose the TV audience, because I think it's very important that people stick around to hear the things that Delia has to say. Oh, just to give you a little background, I won't wait until she comes, because as she comes, I'm going to give her a moment to breathe, and then she's on. But Delia understands this. She's a pro. Delia Harris is actually a PhD candidate, with all the things that Delia does on television, as an impresario, a promoter of stuff, a writer of plays, and then she stages them, directs and stages them, and performs in them. I don't know where she finds a moment of time to do the things that she does. She's also writing a PhD. Now, anybody here who has ever written a PhD knows of the kind of dedication and the kind of rigor that process takes. So, you know, hats off to Delia, and her work is on the work of Miss Lou. So that's why we thought it was important. She is registered to us here in the Institute of Caribbean Studies. And that's why we thought it was important for her to share her research. Graduate candidates, it's always important for them to ventilate their material, because it gives them an opportunity to get feedback. It also gives other people an opportunity to hear it and to be able to kind of, you know, think through some of the things, and especially senior academics to say to her why don't you look at this? Why don't you look at that? It gives, it's a part of the process. So we're always excited, always excited to have those persons who have come out of the Institute of Caribbean Studies, out of the Faculty of Humanities and Education, to have an opportunity to showcase the work that they're doing and showcase the work of the Institute of Caribbean Studies. Now, what I'm doing in TV land is a thing that we call stretch. Usually somebody like Cora would have come so, stretch, and you go and talk forever and ever. You find as many things to say as possible. So I'm going to tell you about the Institute of Caribbean Studies. You go on? All right. The Institute of Caribbean Studies is a department here at the University of the West Indies in the Faculty of Humanities and Education. And we deliver courses in cultural industries, cultural economy, entertainment management, music and performance studies. So from the bachelor's level, the master's level, and of course, as Delia will showcase in a little while, we also have a number of PhD students coming out of our graduate program. We've had people like Nadine Sutherland, who performed here this evening. Myrna Haig, Dr. Myrna Haig did her PhD through the Institute of Caribbean Studies. Dr. Lantoinette Steins also did her PhD through the Institute of Caribbean Studies. Trying to think of a couple of people. Dennis Howard. Dr. Dennis Howard did his PhD through the Institute of Caribbean Studies, and we consider ourselves the coolest, the absolute coolest department on campus. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to spend a little time and clap ourselves. We are few, and we need to build up the vibe so that when Delia comes in here, she feels the energy. And I'm going to ask Tanya to come and just take us through some activities that are in Miss Lou fashion.
Miss Lou days.
Yeah?
And a clap on herself. So, right on. So Miss Lou on Ring Ding, she had this song, she always talking about donkey and jackass. So I'm sure you know jackass with him long tail, remember it? You want to sing with me? All right. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. No beat him, no worry him, no make the bankrupt squeeze him. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. No ride him, no hackle him, no make gingy fly tackle him. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. Jackass with him long tail, bag of cocoa coming down. Tingale-yo, come like a donkey, come. Tingale-yo, come like a donkey, come. The donkey walk, the donkey talk, the donkey eat with a knife and fork. The donkey walk, the donkey talk, the donkey eat with a knife and fork. Tingale-yo, come like a donkey, come. Tingale-yo, come like a donkey, come. Tell me the man the donkey can call. 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 January, February, March, April, May, June, July. The clapping and stuff, that was good. You know hear what the old man say? Why him say? You know fit tie the donkey down there. Oh Lord, you know hear what the old man say? Why him say? You know fit tie the donkey down there. Oh, the jackass a jump and bray. Let him bray, let him bray. Yes, the jackass a jump and bray. Let him bray, let him bray. The donkey want water, hold him Joe. Donkey want ice cream, hold him Joe. The donkey want whiskey, hold him Joe. Hold him Joe, hold him Joe. That one nice, I love that one day. All right, how about this one? In pantomime, Miss Lou was Queenie, right? She was Queenie and her daughter come to visit from England. Who remember the song that she sing? Feel me love have lion heart, feel me love have lion heart, strong and everlasting, only for you. Feel me love will never die, feel me love will never die, shining like the sun, shine only for you. If we part and never meet again, though we part and never meet again, for we love is like a king of rain, strong and everlasting, only for you, only for you. Love that song. Like that one? All right, everybody, thank you. Everybody know this epic one. It did not start out as a folk song. It was actually a song that Miss Lou wrote in the 1949 pantomime. You know which one I'm talking, with Bluebeard and Brother Nancy? That's right. This song was what she sang. Come, Miss Claire, take the bankra off your head, me dear. Evening breeze a blow. Come this way, Miss Flo. Help down ya, after you no be so burden, ma. Rest yourself at ease. Feel the evening breeze. Evening time, work is over, now it's evening time. We they walk a mountain, they walk a mountain, they walk on mountain side. Let we cook some bacon on the way. Let we eat and sing, dance and play, ring ding on the mountain side. Evening time. That one good? Yeah. All right. Start clapping and give me a beat. We have a wonderful heritage. Song riddles, proverbs, stories, and poems. And our amazing language, patois, which stores our people's character. We have been speaking it for over 400 years. Patois, the rhythm of our language, inspired by our African ancestors for over 400 years. Yeah, man. When the Asian culture and the European culture buck upon the African culture of our Caribbean people, we stir it and we blend it to a flavor. We shake it and we move it to a beat. We wheel it and we turn it and we rock it and we tempo it. And Lord, the rhythm sweet. Auntie Rocha says she don't know why them class Fiwe language patois corruption. Why them not call English corruption? Not true. Because if English derive from the Norman, French, Greek, and Latin, then patois, what we derive to, not true. We derive from the Portuguese and African and English and French. We derive, so we derive. Yeah, man, we derive. We have a nice language. You don't know, say, Bankra is African. Bankra is basket. Nyam. is African, is the tree word to eat. You know that? You shake it and we stir it to a flavor. We shake it and we move it to a beat. We wheel it and we turn it and we rock it and we tempo it. And Lord, the rhythm sweet. Patois rhythm. Yeah, man. All right, thanks. This is really impromptu. How about when Miss Lou finish our performances? Well, before that, riddle me this, riddle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. What is front a woman and back a cow? Hey, wanna get up and me know when I head I go. You know it's a true story. In Ring Ding, a little picnic come there. I say, Miss Lou, what is front a woman and back a cow? And Miss Lou just put her hand over her mouth and say, you know, say it, no say it. You know, the little picnic say, me catch you is W, Miss Lou. Wriggle me this, wriggle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. One slice of yam served the whole world. One slice of yellow yam or whatever yam served the whole world. What round? And it served the whole world. Moon. Yeah, that was a Miss Lou one too. All right. Wriggle me this, wriggle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. 4 foot under, 4 foot away for 4 foot. 4 foot under, 4 foot away for 4 foot. A what? Yes, a cat on that table waiting for us. So the clap her, she bright like what? All right, riddle me this, riddle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. My auntie niece yellow dress here and them can't sew it up. What it is? My auntie niece yellow dress, it here, and it can't sew back. Give you a hint. It's a fruit. My auntie yellow dress, yeah, and see you dressing a yellow. Turn a clap her, you're bright. Yes. Wriggle me this. Wriggle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. And if you were in my workshop earlier with the kids, you're going to know it. If 3 sevens are 21, what is 7 trees? Forest, you're bright. Oh, you must have did hear the clap part too. You did a listen. All right. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. Why was 6 afraid of 7? 7, 8, 9. Oh, you're so bright. Yeah, man. 7, 8, 9. Me see if me can think. All right. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Guess me this, riddle and perhaps not. Prime Minister, Doctor, and Governor General. Which one wear the biggest hat? Prime Minister, Doctor, Governor General. Which one wear the biggest hat? Think, use a critical thinking. Who you think would wear the biggest hat? Don't take them position, because we always got to position. Let's think about the physiognomy, the biology of the body. Which one? The one with the biggest head. Wanna clap me? All right. All right, you want that one now? Carry me aki go a Linstead market, not a quantity would sell. Carry me aki go a Linstead market, not a quantity would sell. Oh Lord, what a night, not a bite. What a Saturday night. Lord, what a night, not a bite. What a Saturday night. Let me call you louder, Aki, Aki, red and pretty them tan. Lady, come buy your morning breakfast at rice and knocking yam grand. Oh Lord, what a night, not a bite. What a Saturday night. Lord, what a night, not a bite. What a Saturday night. Carry me aki go a Linstead market, not a quatty would sell. Carry me aki go a Linstead market, not a quatty would sell. You like that one? All right. How about moon? No, the one with coconut. With big one, small one. It coming to me. What's it again? Banana, why yo? Banana, big one. Banana, little one. Banana. Okay, come we go down. Come we go down. Come we go down. Now Solas Market. Come we go down. Come we go down. We go buy banana. Why yo banana? Why yo banana? Big one. Banana, little one. Banana, come we go down. Come we go down. Come we go down now Solas Market. Come we go down. Come we go down. We go buy banana. You like that one there? Who remember Soldier Man? What make you da wheel and turn me? What make you da turn and wheel me? You must see want me fi go fall down and knock me belly pan tambourina. What make you da wheel and turn me? What make you da turn and wheel me? You must see want me go fi fall down and broke me belly pan tambourina. One soldier man come figure court me. Me tell him me no want no smarty. Him give me 1 shilling and 6 pence. Me take he go buy 1 silk frock. Me wash him, me starch him, me iron it. Me hang it on the penguin maca. But one unconscionable peel jankro. Take him big and tear it. What make you da wheel and turn me? What make you da turn and wheel me? You must see what me go fi fall down and broke me belly pan tambourina. What make you da wheel and turn me? What make you da turn and wheel me? You must see what me go fi fall down and broke me belly pan tambourina. Broke me belly pan tambourina. Broke me belly pan tambourina. Like one there? Softer one. Softer one. Let us do the one that she always does when she's saying bye-bye. You know which one is that? Walk good every day, good dopey will walk with you. Walk good every day, and good dopey will walk with you. Walk good every day, walk good on your way. Walk good follow you. If you just walk good, walk good, walk good. Yes. All right, so I don't know if you want to do anything else or we just want to chill out. And possibly if you have any stories about Miss Lou, probably you can come up and tell us, right? That would be nice.
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right, just give a warm thanks, a tremendous thanks to Miss Tania Hernandez from Canada, from Jamaica. And as we wait for the next presenter, we've heard a lot of poems today by students as well as by others. And I want to take this opportunity to then just read, sometimes I remember it, sometimes I don't, to read one of my favorite poems by Louise Bennett. It's called Jamaican Woman, O-M-A-N, not woman. And one of the things that I remember asking Miss Lou when I interviewed her if she was a feminist. She says, no, I wouldn't call myself a feminist. I've just always been concerned about women's issue. And this poem, I feel, is a forerunner because it really, Miss Lou really looks at the Jamaican woman. And what is interesting is that when this poem was written in the 60s, feminism was just coming into being, and Jamaican women were not then yet in the data says the largest percentage of Jamaican women are in middle management, which is a far cry, because when the University of the West Indies started 75 years ago, of the 33 students, only 4 were women. And believe it or not, even though now women are the majority students at the University of the West Indies, that is really only a 40-year phenomena, because up until the mid-80s, the majority of students here were, in fact, men. We want to equalize it because we're talking, as a feminist, I'm about equality in all ways, and so we certainly want to do that. But I want to read this poem, Jamaican Woman. Jamaican woman kuno so, is how them general so. Look how long them liberated and the man them never know. Look how long Jamaican woman, mother, sister, wife, sweetheart, outer road and inner yard, they dominate her part. From maroon nanny, take bullet, take her body, bounce bullet back on man. From when nowadays school picnic turn spelling bee champion. From the grassroots to the hilltop, in profession, skill and trade, Jamaican woman take her time, they mow and mash the brain. Some back a man, a push. Some side a man, a pull him hand. Some beside man and knock sense in a man's head. Some a guide man can him down. Neck and foot with man. She buckle all her own. While man a call her so ribs. Woman a grow backbone. And long before woman leave, brought out of a foreign land, Jamaica female was a work, her liberated plan. Jamaican woman knows she's strong. She knows she tell her what, but she don't want her picking hand to start to call her woman. So the kudu Jamaican woman, one like pantsuit is style, and Jamaican man no know. She wear the trousers all the while. So Jamaican woman coaxing family budget from explode, as a Jamaican man a sing, woman a heavy load. But the kuno Jamaican woman ban her belly, bite her tongue, and just dog her to a ground. For woman lock their dongle, some rooted more than some. But as long as foul a scratch dongle heap, woman luck must come. Little by little, man start to praise her. Day by day, the praiser grow. So him praise her, so it's sweeter. For she wonder if him know. That is Jamaican Woman by Louise Bennett, one of her many wonderful poems. And I am, of course, stretching the stretch. And let's see. Yes, please. Please come up and read it. That would be exciting. Yes. So in this, glad to have you here. And so she's reading her poem on page 133. Do you need me to hold the mic, or you can hold it and read? Yes, say your name and...
Oh, my name is Patricia Reedwall. This poem, inspired, of course, by Miss Lou, is titled Keep Our Culture Alive. Miss Joycey, you see what happened? You see what go on, my child? How people just mess up with the heritage and I make the culture spoil? It grieve me spirit so much. Ma, it bring water to me eye. To see the traditions that disappear and watch our culture a die. Little picnic can't play hopscotch. You ever hear of such a thing? You see the blankness on them face when we talk about Miss Lou Ringding and Jax. It's like me did speak in tongues. Miss Joycey, me feel so shame when the picnic asks innocent as ever if Jax is a video game. Miss Lou up there a shake her head. Must run a ton in her grave when they see how people a cook dokono and pone in a microwave. Yes, all the food a suffer culture decay. When last you see a thinking tour, When last you eat a handful of asham and dig your teeth in a Bustamante backbone? Yes, backbone. Old time dance, old time music, everything watered down in a bad way. And it's only few little people left who are trying them best to save the day. Miss Joycey, we have to emancipate our culture. We can't sit down and make it die. This rich heritage that was passed to us, we have to make sure it stay alive. So, make we organize some Brookings Saturday night in an Emancipation Park. Make we draw a long bench and tell a Nancy story and bring back some good old-time laugh. Make we gather the picnic them and teach them about the richness of the past so them can teach the next generation and make we culture last.
One more from me. I'm trying to think of any of my own poems that I remember, and I don't remember it fully, but I'll do this one because it was also inspired by Miss Lou, and I was just talking about it with my daughter. I don't have it here, so I'm going to just kind of make it up or remember what I remember. It's called The Tongue is a Drum. And it's a poem that I've performed with musicians in the US, and it looks at how the dexterity of our tongues, how in Jamaica and in the diaspora, how we as black people have used our tongues as weapons. And you know, one of the things during post-slavery or even during slavery is that many Jamaican women, in fact, there's a famous case of a Jamaican woman being taken to court for language use and actually won the case. So we understand the importance of talking. Miss Lou understood the importance of talking, and for those who didn't have a platform, she absolutely talked for them. The tongue is a drum, a drum, a drum. The tongue is a drum, and drumming has been outlawed. No drumming allowed between 6 and 5 p.m. except in the park. The tongue is a drum, and the drum speaks many languages. Has a memory. My tongue is an ancient art form that remembers the sin, remembers the coming. The tongue is a drum, a drum, a drum, and women's tongue has been silenced except when they speak, except when they stand up for their rights, except when they believe. A drum, and the drum sounds loud and continuous, echoing throughout the region. And it goes, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. The tongue is a drum. So we have Anya in the house who knew Miss Lou, and actually Miss Lou, I'll tell you a secret, is Anya's godmother. So we're going to invite her up here to share, because not only was Miss Lou Anya's godmother, her mother, Barbara Gluden, was very much a very good friend of Miss Lou, and they lived close together. So we're going to have her up here, and she's also the director of the pantomime now. So yes, come on up.
We're going to discuss. Yes. We're going to do what we're discussing. We're going to discuss with Miss Lou. Oh. And times with Miss Lou. Well, I was going to tell the story about when my mother traveled with NDTC. I think they went to, I think it was a Mexico trip, which I suspect your father went on to. And my mother was put to room with Miss Lou. And my mother tells a story that in the morning, my mother was, well, later in life, she became a morning person. She was not such a morning person at the time. And she said she's wrapped up nicely in the little hotel room, enjoying her sleep, and she hear in the bed beside her, at Miss Lou. If only somebody who is younger than me would wake up and say, perhaps make a cup of tea for a poor, struggling woman like me. So when I say she go on like she never hear her, Miss Louise, oh, you know, suppose I should dead from gas because... And this went on and on until my mother couldn't take it no more. And she sit up and she said, what is it? She said, Babs, you wake? That is the epitome of... Yeah.
Tell us about the parties, Anya, the various parties that used to have, especially on New Year's.
So, well, for us, it was an amazing kind of thing because Miss Lou lived across the road and up the hill from us, and so she was a little bit higher than us. And the house had a fireplace, a working fireplace, yes. And that was one of the special joys for us as picnic to be over there. And yeah, imagine you're in a Jamaica and an actual fireplace at work. Yeah, man. So that was really quite something. And I realize now just how many different kinds of important people were there. And normally it was a New Year's party and we had to have pork.
And
it was always pork.
Soup. There was a special soup. At midnight.
Yes. Yes. Black eyed peas, no?
That's
so?
Correct.
Right, black eyed peas.
It was a pea soup.
It was a pea soup. It might have been black eye, it might have been gungo, but I think it's but I definitely remember the pork was in there. There was a lot of pork in there.
And she said that it had to be served at midnight because you have to serve the duppy them at that time. You have to go over into the new day with your belly full.
Makes sense. Make perfect sense. Her very good friend lived down the hill from her, Lloyd Kelly Miller, who was quite a woman, and the two of them had a wonderful friendship for many, many years. Like Louise, Aunt Lois had a formidable way of expressing herself. I went to visit her one afternoon, and she was on the phone, and I might get myself in trouble for this, but she was talking to a representative from a telecommunications company, and she said to them, "Your name is not... It should be called Ebb. Ebb. Because you don't name."
Miss Lou lived on the river, right? And so did Lois Kelly Miller.
Right.
And as children, we would walk up the river from Lois Kelly Miller's house, because all of the families kind of grew up together, and walk up to Miss Lou's house, up the river, like about a mile up the river in Gordon Town. And it was a delight because she would welcome us into the home, and there was a lot of laughter and levity.
Most
and
definitely.
so on.
She always had a place for children. In fact, the house was always filled with children, including just random picnic where just decides to. So one afternoon, her husband, Eric Coverley, who had this booming voice, and he said, "Louise, this has gone far enough. This young man who I have never met in my life has come into the room and said, 'Hello, Papa.' I don't know him and I've never met his mother." But there was with the pantomime, one of the things that we were very pleased to do was we came to Canada and performed a work called August Morning, which is about some slaves who run away to find August Morning. And at the end of the performance, Miss Lou and Mas Eric were in the audience, and we invited Miss Lou up, and we were just so pleased to be able to perform for her because she had inspired us for so many years, and we were really, really excited. And my mother now take fast now and decides that she's going to make things exciting, and she calls up one of our actresses to come and sing a song. Now the poor young miss now came up, and she had a wonderful soprano voice, and the song was the Jamaican place name song. And so Sonia of blessed memory came up and she said, "In this little island, there are lots of little towns and lots of little villages." And she never remembered no more. For she and Miss Lou, I make 4. And when she realized she's singing to her icon, she couldn't say nothing more. So we never know the song, but we know it have plenty things in there about this place and that place. And we know it have a line with like about 16 bottoms in there. So that's the only part we know. So when she stopped and looked for Miss Lou, so a little island, lots of villages around. The funniest thing about them is the names they call them by. I'd like to give you an idea of a few. So listen while I try. And she didn't remember no more. So we just depend bottom, bottom, bottom. We just bottom out the rest of the song. Miss Lou, of course, recognized what happened. And she bust out a big laugh and she threw back her head and she threw back her hand and she grabbed up poor Sonia, who by now was melting into a puddle, and said, come and sing it to me. And she went through about the Mokotone. It is a Westmoreland called Madaraja's Saucepan. You have Hunter Bottom and Miss Nitam Bottom.
All right, this sounds like a good place for us.
And Mokotone Veer. Something Packetown, and you have plenty things in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For your,
clap me.
For your item.
Clap me for the item. Thank you.
One thing that is certain is that Miss Lou was a woman of absolute wit. And when you got her and Lois Kelly Miller together, it was an absolute riot. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very pleased at this moment. You can't imagine how pleased I am, actually, to welcome our very, very special guest this evening, Delia Harris. Delia Harris, as I've been saying all evening, Delia Harris has just come off air, and she has tidied herself and sorted herself out. And she has come all the way up to the University of the West Indies in Friday evening traffic. She come through an accident. All sorts of things have happened. Not an accident to her, but an accident on the road. And we are very, very pleased that you are here, Delia, and safe and sound. Delia Harris is a broadcaster, actress, writer for film, writer for television, writer for stage. Now, just saying those 3 things, writer for film, writer for television, writer for stage, anybody who is clear about the proficiency of those activities knows that each one is a very, very separate technical activity. She's also now a writer of a doctor of philosophy in cultural studies in the Institute of Caribbean Studies. That's a whole nother type of writing. She's been a sportscaster and a writer for sports. She's worked in very many areas of the cultural and creative industries. She's also a producer and the owner of the franchise of the Miss World and now Mr. World. Delia, you're going to have to tell us about that. I've been longing to ask you about the Mr. World franchise and how that goes. But she's going to be sharing with us for the very first, the inaugural Louise Bennett-Coverley lecture. And she's going to be sharing with us this evening, and I'd like to be able to invite to our podium, to our lectern, Miss Delia Harris.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Right, but can't read so well, because me tell everybody, say at 6 o'clock is the function. It's that time now. And God does everything in his time, and the stream is on time. How do you do? Are you there? I want to start with an excerpt from Miss Lou's views, Independence Day. She said, but my Auntie Roche said that when we are celebrate, she hoped that everybody remember what we are celebrate and what make we a celebrate. How? And meantime, we are jump and kick and holler independence. Remember, say, that independence is not just a word for hackle up the throat hole and harass up with voice span. How? Independence is a decent, honorable sin thing. What plenty decent and honorable smaddy did work hard and sweat and bun forget for we. Independence is responsibility for we all the great and the small, the in-between and the bogoyaga. And if we remember all them things around festival time, then we're going to take the independence. This is it. If we remember all them things around festival time, then we're going to take the independence out of festival, and one of these days, festival time going to catch we with enough unresponsible tribulations, and them under them the conditions. Festival would have to take itself out of independence too, and we wouldn't got nothing to celebrate. What a precare. Lax. Auntie Roche said that she hope that Jamaica would never come to that botheration that we can't even enjoy a little jollification. So Auntie Roche said, make we all holler independence in words and in deeds. And member say, dog wag him tail for suit him size and match him stamina. Jamaica people want an independence formula. For those who read the papers. Right? So me I start when me I go finish this evening, you know. Me I start when me I go finish. So you say how long Miss Lou I talk about this? And I know 2024 we talk about merge. All right. So you also would have seen in the paper research done by Statin that Capri analyzed that suggested that almost 60% of Jamaicans who are not in the labor force said them don't want to be in there. They don't want work, they don't plan for work, do not engage them with work. So Auntie Roche says she can't help but think that if we did got meaningful labor day from them old-time empire days, with Picnic learn to respect work and respect them one another for the quality of work them do and not for the quality clothes them wear go work, then by now enough more we would have known that there is not no high class and low class work. And some boy who passed woodwork in a JSC exam would have got respect for woodwork and stop look for accountant and bookkeeping work for do. And some girl who passed cookery and dressmaking exam would have respect cooking and dressmaking and stop look for cashier and stenographer work. And by now we wouldn't have got some people who is workers and so much who is no workers. I like one boy who then call lay down. Because all day long he lay down in bed with newspaper, saying I look for work, but he can't find none to suit him. Lord, the research was telling. It is plain to see that a boy like lay down is a definite no worker. But Auntie Roche say, when trouble take him, monkey breeches have to fit him. And then she goes into the story about Sue, who lose her job as a nurse. And when trouble take her, she have to go find things to do. I started there because I was asked once, why study Miss Lou? How relevant is Miss Lou to today? And then those are just two examples of issues that are of important national dialogue to us now today. And these are things that Miss Lou would have addressed many years ago. So the question is not so much how relevant is Miss Lou, is why it take we so long to apply Miss Lou's relevance to the issues and the concerns that we face as Jamaican people. So today I want to thank everyone. Let me tell you, Deborah, Professor Palmer, the committee, they did not sleep. Like sometimes they want to mute them in the WhatsApp. And I'm saying that because when we have a Mervyn Morris who in the 1960s said we have to read Miss Lou seriously. That's a big part of where we are today. When we have the committee that decides that in 2024, we still have to take Miss Lou seriously, then it's something that is very important and something that has to be recognized. Well, you know, so Miss Lou was one of the first influencer them. Like now when we're talking about social media and people are talking about influencers, Miss Lou was a popular media personality, performance artist, and positioned her as what is described as an influencer, an individual who has above average impact on a specific niche process and who are often connected to key roles of media outlets, consumer groups, industry associations, or community tribes. Not simply marketing tools, but social relationship assets. They're often the focus in marketing, whereas key leaders, they drive a brand's message to the larger market. And Miss Lou drove the Jamaican brand's message to the global market. In John Hutchinson's terms, Bennett-Coverley is a cultural nationalist. Cultural nationalists generally seek a moral regeneration and are typically historical scholars and artists. He positions cultural nationalists as moral innovators who rely on national media to spread their message. Typically, they stress primordial myths, histories, traditions, and rituals, geographies, national histories, and folk songs to raise national sentiment and bring the diverse cultural parts of the nation together. Mervyn Morris, in his work, Miss Lou, Louise Bennett and Jamaican Culture, offers valuable insight into what makes Bennett-Coverley such an authority on sociocultural issues. You would have heard throughout the day, upon completion of a scholarship at RADA, she rejected opportunities to remain in the UK, returning to Jamaica where she engaged in teaching drama and folklore. She joined the Women's Federation, later the Social Welfare Commission, and that afforded her the opportunity to become exposed to and document Jamaican experiences from across the island. So this positioned her as someone who was not only knowledgeable of Jamaican beliefs and practices, she was astutely aware of how issues affected the wider society and the attitudes of the public towards these issues. How remarkable that she actively engaged in the use of her own voice to empower the expressions of the marginalized. And now we can hear these voices emerging from the periphery to the center through contestation, declaration of ownership, the claiming of space in a polyphony that brings such incredible texture to our existence. Can you imagine if all we had in Jamaica was the standard English? The St. Elizabeth patois different from the Westmoreland patois, different from the Spanish town, the Kingston. And that texture, even in our music that we debate so often, adds such a beautiful layer to conversation that makes us Jamaican. So her use of poetry as a form of cultural expression and protest, and her legacy as a cultural activist, is what I will be focusing on. She's a trained artist, we know that. So neither her performances nor her poetry just happen. Miss Lou never just talk and just fling some things together. And I see Joan Andrea here, who is also a brilliant writer. You know, just happen when she writes. Nettleford put it, Miss Lou raised the sing-song patter of the hills and of the towns to an art level acceptable to and appreciated by peoples from all classes in her country. She was a special guest at Carifesta in 1972, and in describing her, they said she reflects the way Jamaicans and ordinary West Indians feel and think and live. Through her writings, poems, and songs in vernacular, she's raised the picturesque folk speech to an art level which is unforgettable. And most importantly, she saved much of Jamaica's folk material from extinction. A lot of people that you ask today about songs, folk songs, and proverbs, they know it from Miss Lou. All right. In 1942, you see how long Miss Lou come? Miss Lou was described as a legitimate interpreter in verse of Jamaican life with all its pungent humor, I'm speaking like this for a reason, and native color, and she was launching her 50 dialect poems, while naturally amusing, also have a far deeper and more vital message of the spirit of Jamaica. So all them wonderful things them used to say about Miss Lou. Miss Lou was going off to study. There was a farewell concert. When she returned to Jamaica, there was a big article to say Miss Lou is back. And she returned last evening via BWIA from Trinidad en route to England. So I want you to understand that Miss Lou was a star, right? And when I tell you about influencer, this is December 1944. If you browse through the Gleaner at the time, they were advertising the sweepstakes. And it said, Tandayana Askawara, sweepstake closed tonight. Man, mind you take lazy and make enough money fly out away on. Buy your lucky tickets before midnight. This was the tagline. If you haven't got a ticket, you haven't in 1944. All right. So one of the most beautiful things is our advocacy for Jamaican patois. Stuart Hall, in his exploration of the influence of language and culture on identity formation and construction, in his arguments about cultural representations, speaks to it as a signifying practice. He views meaning as what gives us a sense of who we are and with whom we belong, and hence the identity of people is represented by language or other systems that function like language. So in presenting language as the privileged medium in which we make sense of things, in which meaning is produced and exchanged, Hall positions it as the means and medium through which we form knowledge about ourselves and the social world. Language is therefore a signifying system, and without it, we could not take on such identities and consequently could not build up or sustain that common life world which we call a culture. Language is not passive. It actually helps to shape society itself. How we see ourselves, how we interact with others, how we conform to social rules and norms. Hall claims that meaning is constantly being produced and exchanged in every personal and social interaction in which we take part. And don't you know that in Jamaica, one word can mean whole heap of things. And we can say the same word in a different tone. And it means, I can say, you know, say, you're idiot. And the two will laugh because, we are idiot. And I can say, you know, you're idiot. And you say, yeah, go on. And I can say, oh my God, it means I'm idiot. Which, you know what I mean? So that's the beauty of language. Language then is the property of neither the sender nor the receiver of meanings. It is the shared cultural space in which the production of meaning through language, that is representation, takes place. Miss Lou opened up that cultural space for all of us as Jamaicans to be a part of language. So her commitment to elevating Jamaican patois from being viewed as a dialect of the lower classes to being a legitimate form of expression and cultural identity is well known. She champions the use of Jamaican patois as rich, expressive, and legitimate language that conveys the depth, humor, and resilience of Jamaican culture. Her poetry serves as a powerful advocacy tool, urging Jamaicans to embrace their language and cultural identity despite colonial pressures to conform to Western standards. So Miss Lou put patois in at the pulpit. Because when Uriah preach, right? And one of the things she says, it's somewhere in my notes, but I'm saying it now. She said what she love about patois, you can't make up your own word. You can't, like, you just feel, see, I saw this sound and I eat me, I'm going to make it. So when Uriah said, thou shalt not give thy neighbor full loops to eat, you know what, like, you get it. We make it up, but you know what full loops mean, right? So it's deeply rooted in the everyday lives, struggles, and the experiences and realities of ordinary Jamaicans, a group that was often marginalized in both literature and society. Ivy Baxter has an incredible book called The Art of an Island, if you can read it, and she maps communication and culture in the Jamaican landscape, and it's an amazing journey to read, because at a time when communication was for the written and English, there was so much communication happening, but no one was listening because we were unable to hear it. And Miss Lou was one of the people who was able to bridge that dissonance. So often we challenge the legacies of colonialism, but by our actions, we subscribe to the very thing we claim to be contesting. Miss Lou's interrogation existed in a space which allowed the people she represented to become active participants in the national discourse. If you've not read it and you don't have a copy of Prof's book, The 100 Voices, there's an essay in it from Cleve Walker that reminds us that Miss Lou was invested in earning respect for our language. So she have a poem, No Little Twang. It's a very interesting piece. Because when you hear No Little Twang, literally they're saying, there you go and you come back. And you're not improve yourself. But you could also almost read it as them laughing at the fact, say, yeah, try twang, and you know, because she said, them girl got him for mark. Them girl got him for mark. So behind him back, them a laugh of time, you know. Him go away and come back and struggle with the twang, and then I say, here, him can't talk the twang, you know. But still, they're putting it to him and saying, you mean you go a foreign and spend 6 whole months there and come back not a piece better than how you did go away? They didn't care if he came back with money. They didn't care if he came back with clothes. They didn't care if he came back with Irish Spring. The fact that he didn't come back with a twang meant that, sir, you don't make it. You go foreign for 6 months. And the measure of achievement was the twang and you don't make it. Isn't that amazing? I tell you about the power of language. So the interesting thing about a quarrel is that it requires more than one person. Like if you quarrel with yourself and you answer back yourself, we're going to have to talk about that a little bit later on. So a quarrel is relational. And again, in Prof's book, Carolyn Cooper's Pedestrian Crosses, Sites of Dislocation in Post-Colonial Jamaica, captures that reality among other issues. So she reveals a site of confrontation which positions the subaltern as claiming authority from below and, in effect, control of the public sphere. So while language is the primary site of dislocation and the politics of displacement, the quarrel is also about relocation, as well as the replacement of those symbols of colonialism if lasting change is to take place. It doesn't say that other parts of society don't have equal rights. There has to be a juxtaposition of our existence and a respect of rights for all. One of the things using patois did for Jamaicans is it allowed accessibility to complex civic topics. Patois figures prominently in this area. It facilitates the interpretation of complex issues as they are translated through identifiable words and phrases. So to take a phrase from Auntie Roche, Patois can boil down the whole cascas to pot bottom with few ordinary words. Thus, the phrasings that she uses in her engagement with class and color, as somebody clap them eye upon a black somebody, then start class them as low class. And plenty somebody no respect no black somebody at first sight. That aptly describes the color hierarchy in Jamaica at that time. To clap them eye, of course, they know it's the instant you lay your eyes on someone. Same thing as first sight. So the foremost criterion used to determine a person's class is skin color. Didn't have to hear them speak. You don't have to know where they're from. Once you look at them and you see their skin color, them low class. That judgment is only adjusted if the subject of evaluation is found to have high education, or them got big job, or political backative, or big motor car. Of course, the word high suggests being above the normal, while big suggests being large. It is an adjustment that black Jamaicans struggle to achieve. So who can't afford big motor car, they pan a strain them pocket for buy big motor car for give themselves class elevation. The words can and strain emphasize the difficulty of that attempt. So Patois makes the realities of colorism and its effect on behavior clearer to the audience. She describes it. Jamaican dialect did start when we English forefathers did start Mossam bound we African ancestors for stop talk for them African language altogether and learn for talk so English. Because we English forefathers couldn't understand what we African ancestors them was a say to them one another when them was a talking them African language to them one another. Of course, Jamaicans do this overseas now. When they know want the people them know, so them a chat, them a work, then going at in Jamaican language. So she said, yes, we pop them and disguise of the English language for project the them African language in such a way that we English forefathers them still couldn't understand what we African ancestors them was a talk about when them was a talk to them one another. Yes, boy. So till now, although plenty of Jamaican dialect words them come from English words, yet still and for all, the talking is so Jamaican. And when we're ready, we can make it sound like it not got no English at all in it. And no so English talking somebody can't understand what we are say. If we don't want them understand what we are say, we know if we weaponize the language. And we fix up with dialect word for sound like whatsoever we are talking about look like. For instance, when we say something kuro up, you know say that it mark up. And if we say one house ruko up, it is plain to see that it all and shaky. And when we say somebody boogie yaga, everybody knows that he out harder. And if we say them bonononos, you know say that him nice and we like them. And of course, when we say the words, note the tone with which we say the words. Because we do not say bonononos with the same tone that we say bogoyaga. Yeah? All right. So, when in Jamaicans, so English somebody say go away, Jamaicans just say go. And the only time we use more words than English is when we want to make something sound strong. Like when them say something batter up, it sounds more expressive than if you say it is battered. But most of all, we fling away all the bangarang and trimmings them and only left what wanting. And that's why when English somebody say, I got stuck by a prickle, Jamaica just say, Maka joke me. So for Jamaican language, it's not no English language corruption at all. And we not have to shame at it. Like one girl who did go England go represent with Jamaican folk song. One shift me go. as the sole undergarment I possess. And she goes sing, Mama, mama, them catch poopa, as mother, mother, they apprehended father. Right? Miss Lou. So the use of familiar cultural tools also heightens audience engagement. I can't say, with everybody in here participating. So that is not only entertainment, it is also relatable. Patois plays a significant role in this regard. As the language of folk media, it endears audiences to what is being presented as it reflects their culture and narrative. Proverbs, storytelling, poetry, and songs are some of the folk media that Miss Lou utilized in her Miss Lou's views. She used them to reinforce behavioral messages, aid in the recall of those messages, and to strengthen argument. So she had a song about free education. The first verse outlined the level of security that education has to offer as opposed to any kind of material asset. Just so you can't thief education. Opportunities that education will provide are affirmed in the second verse, while the third verse offers examples of ordinary folk who may benefit from the initiative. She anchors each verse with sing together, study ration, education. If you're bright, then you got the right to education. So, sing together. The first line invites the audience to participate in the activity. And then the repetition of the words, as well as the rhyming pattern, makes it easy for them to do so. It's easy to recall. So the ability to take part, joining in each time the chorus comes around, will not only capture the audience's attention, but it increases their level of investment in what she's saying. This may be further sustained with the singing of the chorus after the airing of the program. So you finish listening to Miss Lou's views, but you learn a new song. So everywhere, education. And so she's implanted that message, and it's prolonged. So the rhyming pattern used also to relate the incident with Sue in Consumer Economic Program has similar effect. I don't have to tell you about her work in the global diaspora. I saw your presentation today. Hardly a West Indian. Miss Lou, McMaster University, they have a Miss Lou archives. Prof will tell you now they're studying patois in some of the most distinguished universities across the world. And a lot of that has to do with Miss Lou and just her engagement with Jamaica's linguistic and cultural richness. So the Sunday Gleaner, August 11, 1974, George Panton, in his arts profile, was talking about the publication of the Independence Anthology of Jamaican Literature. It was published in 1962. It included a Louise Bennett poem, but placed it along with an Anansi story, because she was the only person to be represented in both prose and poetry, in the book under the miscellaneous section. Yes. And a front which was at that time noted by Mervyn Morris. And he notes that the placement of her work suggests her place is at the back, not regarded as a poet, but as an entertainer. And so Mervyn responded in a series of articles in the Sunday Gleaner that we have moved from the unthinking acceptance of a British heritage to a more critical awareness of our origins and a greater willingness to accept the African elements of our past as part of our national personality. So from them time, the prof is saying we must read Miss Lou seriously. In addition to dialect, there was also at that time kind of an unvoiced suspicion that humor was not the subject of which poetry could be made. Yes? Not at all. Poetry is love and nature, and it's epic. Where humor a go. And therefore, Miss Lou's entertainments had to be labeled as no higher than verse. Yes. It sounds painful for we say that now, right? But the power of our poetry as a medium for storytelling, humor, social commentary, highlighting everyday Jamaican life, addressing serious social issues like class inequality, gender roles, the lingering effects of colonialism, commenting on the migration of Jamaicans to Britain in the post-colonial era are absolutely unmatched. And today I know you witnessed colonization in reverse, so I won't go through the whole poem because you did. But of course, what a joyful news, Miss Matty. I feel like my heart going burst. Jamaica people colonizing England in reverse. It's a celebration of Jamaican migration as an assertion of agency. And she uses patois to express that experience and that perspective. So the importance of her work, both in reciting the poems, the performance of it is key. It's key. It brings her message directly to the people in a relatable and impactful way. And that's why earlier I mentioned if we are going to engage in Miss Lou, then we also have to engage the discourse in a manner that speaks to the people that she herself tried to include, and that as academics we do not, in fact, reinforce the very thing that she struggled against. So when I say protest through culture, there's a significance of how she would effectuate her objectives and the continued relevance of those objectives to national development from pre to post independence Jamaica, and even now to our own contemporary society, which you recognize from the pieces I read earlier about not wanting to work and about independence. You know, like Miss Lou talk about issues of color and class, and we still talk about it, about patriarchy, about internalized racism. As producer and presenter, she utilized local dialect and folk media, communicative forms to not just convey a novel concept, but what differentiates her work is the application of folk media to the social commentary format. So she was effective in influencing change because of her authority on sociocultural issues, but also because her use of language and folk media made her relatable. This extends to the other messenger associated with the Miss Lou's View series, Auntie Rochi. Mervyn Morris views Auntie Rochi as public opinion, the voice of common sense, her wisdom underscored by frequent reference to Jamaican proverbs. She's the character through whom most of the social and behavior change messages are delivered, and she functions through the voluntary consenting agreement of the characters in the series. So through Auntie Rochi, Bennett-Coverley propagates her theories, their symbolic universe, which is also based on a knowledge deficit of those who are in a less powerful situation. I was reading, and I like to go through the Gleaner archives, and when I say cultural activist, you see that word active? Active mean you do something, all right? So there was a concert, 1949, an unusual feature of the program of the Edward Gordon String Orchestra concert to be held at St. Luke's Hall Crossroads will be a group of 6 Jamaica folk songs to be sung by Louise Bennett with an orchestral accompaniment especially written for this concert. They never have nothing in the orchestra to match the folk songs. Each song has a definite character of its own, necessitating in each case individual treatment in the orchestration. Most of the string orchestral repertoire was written in the 17th and 18th centuries. Yes? So, Miss Lou, enough of herself. She put herself in spaces that would make a difference. So the orchestra playing 17th and 18th, may I come sing some folk songs. Which, if you know orchestras, once the instrumentation is done, it remains part of the repertoire. So it's not just a one-off performance. That remains a part of that repertoire. So Miss Lou, by her own actions, I won't say forced, has encouraged the merger of folk music. Yeah? Okay. So I want to quickly raise the role of women in cultural activism. Miss Lou as a trailblazer, particularly as a woman in a male-dominated field, and how she used her platform to advocate for social justice, empowerment of the Jamaican working class, and gender equality. And I think one of the most beautiful things is when we look at a lot of our women that are in the arts today and cultural activism, they will tell you they are, you know, inspired by Miss Lou. The great Barbara Gludon. And you know the respect I have for your mom. Very powerful. I mentioned Joan Prof, Deborah, all Miss Lou. So she has a poem about Jamaican woman, you know. And she said, Jamaican woman never step back. Them take trouble and then smile. Them have the picnic on them back and them belly growing all the while. So while she's a mother and a nurturer, she is still, that has not slowed her down or stopped her from facing social issues, the economic challenges of paving the way as woman. And she's celebrating the Jamaican woman, challenging gender roles, the marginalization of women in society, and protesting the undervaluation of women's labor and contributions. The way Miss Lou promotes Jamaican culture, oh my gosh, has contributed so much to the post-independence national identity, fostering pride in local culture at a time when we were still grappling with colonial legacies. Miss Lou walked with through independence. So there's an interesting way in which she engenders a sense of loyalty through personification of Jamaica. She applies human traits, so she shifts the concepts of the nation towards a more intimate and relatable relationship. You become more sensitive about the repercussions that your behavior will have on your island home. So she refers to poor Jamaica, that we must look after Jamaica, which suggests the nation's vulnerability, and may evoke as much sympathy and support as it would if she was talking about the liquor run-nosed porting boy. On occasions, when she uses the word national, she distinguishes characteristics of Jamaica by saying the national pot, the national belly, the national partner. When she tell we say, we have to take the money from under our bed now and put it in at the bank, because that is now going to be the national partner. So she's therefore encouraging us to feel a close connection with these concepts that would otherwise be abstract and concrete to us. At the launch of her book, Jamaica Labyrinth, in 1966, Henry Fowler said, whether in the theater, on the radio, on television, on the village stage, or in the literary festival, it is to Louise that Jamaica turns as a symbol. She's laid the foundation for contemporary cultural movements in music, literature, and theater. Today, we discussed her connection to reggae, dancehall, and dub poetry as forms of cultural expression that embrace patois and protest themes. Institutions in Jamaica and abroad have acknowledged her contribution to culture and ongoing efforts to promote patois as part of formal education. I know why we still argue about that. And so I want to close by saying when we talk about legacy, I feel one of the things that we must do is to act upon the things that she has taught us, to continue the conversation, the advocacy, and the activism that she started so long ago, that she would have come upon the kinds of barriers that she would have removed for us to make it easier for us to advocate. I'm not saying it's easy, but easier for us to walk into that cultural space and to continue to have our voices be heard. So we have to pass on our legacy by educating younger generations about the importance of Jamaican language and culture. We have to share her poems, introduce them to patois, encourage them to explore their heritage. By instilling pride in our culture, we empower the next generation to carry the torch forward. That can't happen. Me and Miss Ludo walk going to the orchestra, go sing the folk songs. So we have to participate in events like this, cultural festivals, readings, community events that celebrate Jamaican heritage. Our presence and involvement is not only about honoring Miss Lou, but also fostering a sense of belonging and pride among our people. So we have to come together to celebrate our culture, our language, and our history. In closing, together we can carry on her legacy, ensuring that our language, our vibrant cultural expressions thrive for generations to come. Miss Lou are the boss for every boss. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And while we honor her, we have to carry on her work. Thank you.
As we close, I feel this morning. Oh, you have questions? Okay. Please, Miss Delia. Oh, yes, we have 10 minutes left in the room, so yes, we can ask a couple of questions. Where's the other microphone? Can anybody say?
In front of her?
No, there's an. Oh.
It's probably in the box. So I'll stay here with this.
All right. Is there anybody with one and then two?
I want somebody with a good knee.
Yellow, then pink.
Yes,
the knee them a go.
Large. And you're going to have one knee.
You mentioned the importance of us giving that torch to the next generation for them to carry it on culturally. How much of this has to be policy driven as against citizen responsibility?
I think it has to be a little bit of both. Miss Lou's engagement with community started with her as a district organizer. Meaning, yes, she had connections, but I think on a national scale, she was district organizer with the Jamaica Women's Federation. So it was a policy of theirs for her to go around to the different communities. But when she got there, she decides, say, what this need to happen? So it's a little bit of both. And I know the JCDC has included Miss Lou's poems in their anthologies. My challenge is, when we teach Miss Lou that it not only becomes entertainment, that the execution of the poems, within the poem itself, the students understand the issues that they're engaging with, and thus how they perform what is being said. Because a lot of times when I watch how they perform Miss Lou never performed Miss Lou that way. It's just, and it's led by our belief of patois being entertainment. So it's loud, it's big, we have a Kimbo, the baka fi Ben, and I've never seen Miss Lou bend her baka, put her under the Kimbo. So I feel, Joan, that helping them to understand that the poetry is not just about shouting and entertainment, but that it has a purpose is something that needs to be addressed. And then it will encourage them to write their own poems and to engage in their own issues in their own language. And really that is what we hope to achieve. So a little bit about the cultural space need everything. Me don't know why them want me to climb the levels. Well, since she has it, you want her to just go and then we'll stretch over.
Sure. I'm really glad you mentioned how Miss Louise performed, because if you were to type her name into YouTube, a lot of people know the popular clip from Dirty Tough.
Right.
But if you talk to people who were alive at the time when she would have written it and performed it, yes, it is humorous for the audience, but for persons who would have lived through it, it's serious.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of patois only being used for lightness and eeriness and not sobriety is something I think a lot of young people also have to come to terms with, because some of the very same people who would have heard Miss Lou are now our parents, and then you get told you have to be professional. And somehow the thing that is intrinsically you, that your neighbors speak, your friends speak, somehow there is an othering of self. So the patois somehow has to become separate and apart. And so something that you said that I think I guess it's not a question, it's just me doing a soliloquy. Something that you said that I'm really hoping audience members and those that are watching will ponder with a little bit. Music that was performed in the 17th and 18th century was enjoyed, and then a woman came in and said, listen to this. So I really hope we're surrounded by dancehall, we're surrounded by reggae, we tweet it, we type it in our captions. I really hope people understand the importance and the sobriety of her work, and realizing that you can't survive and pass it on to the other generation, as Ms. Hutchinson said, if you're othering yourself. And patois is an essential part of us.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's really it, you know. When we allow the musicians also to understand that it's an art and what you're saying has power and the language has meaning, and then we encourage, knees are better, we encourage a difference. All right. Yes, since I'm stationary, be careful. Yeah, this makes sense.
Yes, okay, two things. In terms of the music, that orchestration from 1949, I would love you to refer to the Edna Manley music unit to see if they could actually trace it, track it, find it, and, perhaps perform it. I think that would be an excellent thing to do.
I'm going to say I don't even think they need to trace it and track it. I feel like Edna Manley has the resources to do it now.
Well, you have people like Paulette Bellamy and so on who actually,
yes,
and John Williams who compose now. But I think from a historical point of view and its significance and the connection to Miss Lou, I think it would be very helpful. Another thing I wanted to say, and I don't know if you ever looked at something like this, in terms of the language, when we would normally say in English, I got stuck by a prickle. in Miss Lou says Makajukme. So it's almost as if you're taking the responsibility. You're shedding, it's not you being careless to get stuck, but that Maka, that awful Maka that come and juke you. And the same thing, fire burn me. And I don't know if you have explored that aspect of the language.
It's the beauty of the language, you know? And how we, and like she said, we want to, it's so expressive. And Jamaican people will be saying, in dead, 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 dead. Like in dead 3 times, just to make you know, saying really, really dead. Yeah? And it's all over. So we're seeing more of it now in the spontaneity of TikTok and Instagram lives and so on. We now have that opportunity to capture the way. I mean, there's a gentleman, every time he speaks, I crack up. And it's just in him say, him not drink no more because you ever see a drunken person advertise liquor? Him say, we are them best customer and then shame away. And he was like, who thinks that about Jamaican people, right? But it's just, and that's one of the things I think people are missing about Miss Lou, that a lot of it was her way of translating the way people already spoke. Miss Lou didn't create the language. She never claimed to. It's taking, and now we have access to that through digital media. How do we therefore use that, shape that, bring that into a kind of discourse to make things better for us here in Jamaica, you know? So it's beautiful. Actually, fire burn me, I wouldn't go make the fire burn me, I didn't burn myself.
Thank you. Miss Lou was perhaps one of the persons or the best example we could find of someone who merged the academy with the practice. That's one of the things I noticed about her. And as I contemplate that with my own work as well. So I guess my question is, even with all of that, and for her, there was almost no difference. The academy was the practice. It was just what it was. And it was just what she lived. It was just what she did. It was just, she was just speaking, as you said, not with her Hannah Kimbo and her back bend and so on. She just spoke, you know. So I wonder, would Miss Lou approve of us having this symposium right here up in this airy-fairy lecture theatre space up a UE or so in the academy, this symposium, rather than downtown in a St. William Grand Park, you know, for everybody can listen now and look on daily and go on with ourselves and so. Would that be something that, is this what Miss Lou envisioned about her work and how we're doing it and seeing it in the academy up here?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because Miss Lou didn't see a difference between the academy and St. William Grand Park. She didn't see it either or. It wasn't, we have to do that one. Because in fact, Miss Lou used to do this. Miss Lou would tour London. She gave lectures with the Institute of Education about folklore and ballads and just the ways in which the ballads would capture Jamaican history and storytelling. She went to Trinidad and did workshops on the use. So she's done this because, as Joan alluded to, it needs both things. It needs both things. And the beauty of Miss Lou's protest is she not take out no placard and she not whatever. It's so subtle. Miss Lou perform somewhere and somebody see her and say, Lord, Mr. Myers, I have a thing, come and perform there. And she perform and then the Gleaner man said, this nice, come write some article. And she start write and then British Council people, she performed something. Oh, this is lovely, she should come and do a scholarship. So she inserted herself in all areas. Yeah, in all areas, but whatever area she was in, her strength was being able to fit in. and to fit in and to adapt and to make herself relatable to wherever she was. So that's Auntie Rochi, able to sit in the rooms with the policymakers, but when she come out, she can boil it down to pop bottom where everybody can understand. Yeah.
Clap her! Clap her! Yes. This has been, you know, I feel at the end of this evening the same way I felt at the end of this morning. Full to the brim. It's been a wonderful day. From the children this morning, we had primary school and high school students who really displayed mastery of the information. We've had masters during the day, and we've ended with Delia Harris, who herself is, like Miss Lou, a practitioner and a budding academic, a growing academic. And we are grateful for all of the voices that we've heard today. So as I end, there are just a couple of people that I really have to thank. I have to thank the Departments of Literatures in English and the Department of Institute and the Institute of Caribbean Studies and all their support personnel. These are the people that we don't necessarily see. They're not the lecturers, but they are the people who keep things going. If I were to name all of them, we would have a problem, but we wouldn't have water, and we wouldn't have tables, and we wouldn't have the, you know, all of the various things in here today. Supreme Ventures, Jamaica Money Market Brokers, who have facilitated bringing the schools here and, you know, getting them fed, taking care of their welfare as well. I want to thank the University of the Faculty of Humanities and Education for hosting us. In particular, I also want to thank the Institute of Jamaica through Dr. Henry, and I want to thank the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica. When I got here at 6 o'clock this morning, they were right behind me, and they've been here ever since. And I know them, boss. And I know that they've done good work today, and anybody who has worked in this space knows that it isn't easy, and we appreciate you all as a part of the creative workforce, although you are seldom seen and seldom big up. We also want to also want to say thank you to all of the people who presented, all of the people who brought their intellectual property and their energy to bear on this particular day. It has been rich, it has been wonderful. I want to say thank you to Opal Palmer Adisa. Almost. Opal Palmer Adisa, who has been the backbone of this entire process going all along, all the events that she's put on, often with very little. I am pleased to say that we've got some corporate attention this time, and we hope it's going to actually grow in this way. There are a number of people, some of whom I may have forgotten, the caterer, et cetera, but they've made ours a very full day. It's been wonderful, and I want to thank you all, especially those who have made it all the way to the end, and all of the people who came through at different points today, the Ministry of Education, who facilitated the school performances, Tanya, who flew all the way here on her own dime to come and participate with us, and everybody, all away, everybody, gonna clap on herself. It's been a wonderful day. So I would say, Mr. Producer and Mr. Director, roll the credits. We'll be here next year. We'll be here next year again.